Stream 196. I was just talking with Develop It right before the stream started. I had pushed out the latest code into production, and Develop It had two accounts with different cases. And I think that the latest production code, since it now treats account names case insensitively, it got a little bit confused when we tried to resolve the two accounts into one, but I think we're good now. I'm wondering if I should go through here and see if there were other instances where we had double spellings of the same name. Nothing pops out as being both lowercase and uppercase, but I might not see it. So maybe I'll just wait until I run into that. Hey, by the way. Hi. Yeah, so the all the work from last week is now in production, including the echoing of the golem Twitch chat into the game, and all of the commands, including the ones with parameters and the aliases and all that is good. So, welcome to another week. So, what I thought I would start off this week on was zones and zone transitions. And I have a fair amount of plan here, so I probably won't get to all of it today, but this will maybe be the work for the next couple days. So the idea is to add some more controls for me in the game so that I can actually create other zones. So right now I can move around by teleporting one square at a time in the default zone. So into that I want to sort of also add the zone that we're looking at, the camera's looking at, so that I can type in a different zone number and poof, go to a different world, essentially. And add some buttons for creating and destroying zones there. So that requires some backend support. So there'll be a special entity for every zone, just to give it a number. We already have the number for all of the tiles in the game. They're all in the default zone, so if I have a non-default zone, just switching the zone field of a position component will move it to a different zone. But I need a bunch of extra infrastructure because whenever we create and destroy and modify zones, we're going to need callbacks to update the admin tool. Also, there are a few mechanical things in the game system. So one is a position index, and it's meant for quick scanning of positions near a camera. And I think that if there was one for the entire world, it would be scanning nearby cells in every zone, which would be a lot slower the more zones we add. So I was thinking we'll make a different position index for every zone, because the camera will at most be reading from one zone at a time. So this much that I just described should be enough to get basically the idea of having different areas in the game, but players won't be able to go from one to the other unless I teleport them. So to support players moving between zones naturally, I need to add zone transitions. So the way I was thinking about doing it was it feeds into the larger concept of triggers in the game. So things that happen in the game systems when either you step on tiles or you perform actions on tiles. So in the case of a zone transition, like entering a town, there would be some kind of new movement the player could make. In addition to moving up, down, left, or right, there might be an enter or an E key, for example. And then that would look at the tile that the player's on, and if there is a trigger with the enter type, then that would trigger a zone transition. So the zone transition would, in a sense, be the first kind of trigger I add to the game that you could either trigger by doing the enter action or just by stepping on the tile, which would be the case like if you're in a town and you go to the edge of the town and you step off, you would just be a step trigger that moves you back into the outer world. So when is Adam Hill accessible? It's accessible now. I opened it up. I forgot why. Oh, it was because some NPCs got trapped in there, and I was too lazy to go change the game systems to prevent that. So I said I'll just open up a pathway, and then they all escaped. Either they all escaped or someone must have logged in and went and cleaned them up. Okay, so that's that. After I set up all of these zones and then the concept of transitioning between zones, to actually paint zone transitions in the world, I need a bit more than this tile set panel. This tile set panel is great for just painting areas in the game, like, for example, I could put some tiles here. My kids don't like the graphics. They think that that looks like a wall or some kind of weird purple thing. And I said, no, that's cobblestones. And they're like, you could do better than that. Anyway, I can easily paint the background tiles in the world with this panel, but I can't do things like plop down NPCs, plop down items, plop down triggers for like entering towns and stuff like that. So I thought I would make a new panel called the Entity Editor panel. And this will be multi-purpose. So the first purpose I'd put to it is creating zone transitions by plopping down trigger components. The idea is that if I were to have that panel up and I left click, instead of painting, it would select all of the entities at the position I clicked. And then, also selecting that position, I would be able to manually edit entities, their components, add, remove, update components, and plop down new components and new entities. And there's a bunch of backend support for that I would need. And obviously the front end panel. So this is probably a day's work in it of itself. I probably won't get to it. So a lot of this will be background work. I need all of this essentially done in order to add zone transitions that players can use. But I can at least start with manual transitions. Hey there, Nui. Manual transitions as in I can teleport players to different zones through the teleport command. Actually, I don't remember if I did that right. I think I might have just had tile X and Y and I didn't put the zone in there. I'll need to add the zone number in there for teleport to work. Let's see where that goes. Come on, IntelliSense, wake up. Oh, it's slow today. It's thinking. I wonder if it'd be faster to search. Yeah, it would be. Okay, it's just entity X and Y, so I'll have to add a zone in here. I'm trying to remember, does scanf, if I had only 3 things, or let's say I only had 2 things, would the result equal 2, and would it still give me the values scanned in for those first 2, or would it just fail? I can't remember. Yeah, that's EJ. That's everyone. You are correct. Why do I have this up here? Oh yeah, I was playing around with this earlier today. Okay, I wanted to look up DevDocs. I wanted to look up scanf and see, does it fill in arguments even if you don't have enough? It does say successfully assigned. Okay. I had a test for this, right? Yeah, there we go. Let me just add it right now since it's not too hard. So this is command teleport entity same zone. And this is command teleport entity different zone. So it actually set it. Key, position, zone. Let's put them in zone 42 to begin with, and we'll teleport them to zone 5. Position. We need zone and previous zone, actually. Zone 5, previous zone 42. I believe that the previous zone field was used by one of the game systems. Oh no, it was used by the executor. Oh, that's if... Yeah, it's used... So maybe I don't need to set that. That's if they're logged out. And then they log back in. Players logging in. If there's a previous zone field, it teleports them back to it and removes it. So I don't want to set that. That is special for logged out stuff. Hey there, Frosty. Hey there, Sferaboga. I still haven't learned Russian, so I don't know what you're saying. Sferaboga. Although I've been thinking about having a shortcut to look stuff up in Google Translate. Translate Russian. Says hello and how are you? I would like, you know what, I'd like a browser plugin that does this. I need it to English, please. Does this, oh, that is hello. Okay, I need to memorize that. That's how you say hello. That's how you say how's it going. Okay. See, this is my first lessons in Russian, I guess. I don't know how to pronounce that though. That's another level of learning the language. I don't know. And I'm doing okay, Sferaboga. How are you doing? Is there a way to highlight class definition of VS Code? Something like class entity. There's an open ticket with the VS Code IntelliSense people that I've been following, because a lot of people have been complaining about that the colorization isn't very customizable and isn't always working. And I forget which one that is, but I think the VS Code team or the IntelliSense team, they'll get sort of ambiguous to me. Some people are working on it to improve it. It's Kakdela. I don't even know how to pronounce it right. Ehur ar det medic. I'm probably saying it completely wrong. Yeah, so I don't know, but for sure, but I think they're working on that 2H strike. I'm trying not to let it bug me that the colorization is sort of nonsensical. All right, let's go with this and try it out. Sweedum. Wow. It really takes a long time to build for the first time every day. What should I do while I am letting that build? I guess get ready to do this stuff. This is front end work. Okay, this is done already. See, I just threatened the computer with, hey, I'm going to do something else and not care about what you're doing. And it says, okay, I'll finish that really quick now. All right. This is the previous test, should pass. And this is the new test and should fail, because it should not be in the correct zone. It just moves the position and not the zone. Should have pinned it. And now I have to go find it again. There we go. Pin it this time. Okay. Oh, well, that's the wrong one. This is the right one. Pin that one. All right. Let's add this zone in here. Let's say it is less than 3. I should probably initialize this to what the entity's current zone is. Or let me get this out. Const auto args num args equals that. If num args. Because what I can do is I can say if there are only 3 arguments, don't add the zone. Otherwise, add the zone. So let's build this one separately. Can do that, and then I can say if num args is greater than or equal to 4, then delta. I don't really need to say realm server, do I? I can just say key position zone equals z. I can strike this off. Yeah. Okay, let's see if that works. Hey there, Jelmega. How are you doing? Not enough arguments passed. Oh yeah, look at that. I'm happy about that compiler warning. Compilers in the past didn't really know how to warn you about that. Again, the long link time. Why is this? Link faster, computer. There we go. My normal 3 to 4 seconds. Yay. Alright, so I could teleport myself out to a different zone. I don't know what that does to the camera, though. I guess I can test it and see. Control C and start the server again. Got your intermediate language to compile your bytecode. Need it for template across modules. Cool. Not compile, but convert. Interesting. I increased the election timeout to like 20 seconds. And now I'm kind of regretting it because of how long it takes the test world to come back up. I guess I won't be rebooting the test world that often. Alright, so now if I teleport my own entity, which is 1550 ECSTP. I should make that just /TP. 001. I have a suspicion that now I've done that, I'm invisible if I were to open up another camera. So let me look at that. Either that or it had no effect. I can actually see what it did if I look in the log, though. 1550. That's when I moved around. Here it is. I moved to zone 1. I wonder if the cameras are seeing things in other zones. What if I do that and teleport myself to zone 0? Oh, then I become invisible because I'm logged out. One. Then I reappear. Okay, so that means cameras are picking things up regardless of what zone they're in, which I guess makes sense because I haven't split the position index up by zone yet. It's just there's a special logged out zone where you're invisible. LLD takes 3 seconds for 11 symbols, so you're sure Clang would be better? For one symbol. That went right over my head. I don't understand, but that's okay. I don't need to understand. All right, so I'm just gonna call that work is complete, and I'll check that in. So now I have at least a manual command to move around, move anything between zones if I need to. Add zone transition. ability to teleport command. All right. Yeah, well, it's the linker loader, right? That's what, isn't that what the D is in there for? It's like for loader. All right. Display current position and zone. I can do that. So this is all front end work. Source, views, activities, panels, character panel. So it just has the movement buttons now. I suppose I will put them above here, so right here. How do I want it to look? Ugh. Position and zone is X, Y, and Z, right? Okay, let's put it all in one row. So it would be just a bunch of inputs and labels. What can I steal from to get that? Let me look at the dialogues for login. Yeah, because I wanted something that's like a label input combination. Like that. Let's say it is position X. X. Placeholder, I don't need one. What would you say camera X? And this I should only put in if, okay, so I should make that conditional. Const. Admin controls. And dump that in here. So I need an isAdmin. I'm going to need a camera X, camera Y, camera Z or Z. All right, and then that's a Y. And then a Z. I suppose what I should do is this set would just prepare the position that we would want to set, and then I have to actually have a set and let's have a set and reset buttons. Hey there, bug found. How are you doing? Set and reset. Where can I copy that from? Oh, Golem. Golem. Whoa, that's a emote explosion. Kobayashi Maru. Interesting. It didn't even show up in game for some reason. Wonder why not. Is that because you don't have an account in games and so oh, I think yeah, I think it's only showing people have accounts in game when they talk. Not enough emotes. Oh, the Jalmega's comments aren't showing up either. I can't remember. Did I limit it so that you have to have a linked account to show up in game? I think I might have. Jamaica has a linked account. I wonder why it's not showing up here. Maybe we broke it. Oh, that works. There might be a bug. There might be a bug. Bug found shows up, but not Jalmega. Oh, I know why. I know why. It's VIPs and up show up. That's why. Jalmega's not a VIP. I would like to make Jalmega a VIP, but I'm out of VIP slots right now. At least I think I am. Let me look and see. I could also reduce it. Yeah, I'm out of slots. I could also reduce it the threshold so that everyone's comments show up there. Okay, there's one I see that for someone who hasn't been in here in a long time. Let me recycle that one. Yours is showing up, develop it. Yeah, I still have some command to stream elements is handling because the follow age is something that requires an API call and I haven't coded that up yet. And it won't show commands in here either. 4 months? Oh. Okay. That's out of the way. Yeah, I wanted to find some buttons here. So, oh, here we are. Here we go. I really just need set reset for this thing, right? Let's put them. Oh, I want a compact button set. That's what I want. Let's grab the whole thing. And I don't need the TD part, actually. Do I? I just need a div. Where's the Oh, it's up here. This should just be div. And update, and then this is update position, or update camera. Reset camera. Which means I'll need to know where the camera is and where we want to move it to. Oh, I guess I could keep it in React state. That's even simpler. Yeah, let's do that. So let's use a state hook. The alternative would be to build it into Redux, which would be a pain. Might as well keep it simple, right? Need that, and I need I don't see it here. change field. This guy. All right, new camera X, set new camera X, and let's have it set it from camera X. And then same thing for Y and Z. Z. Okay. That means set camera should be set new camera. And then camera should be new camera X, Y, and Z. Z. Okay, and then it's disabled if camera X equals new camera X. And Y and Z, Z, all the same. Bytecode is smaller compared to the text of the original IL. That's a really small image. Now it's much larger. Okay. Oh, that's the original. That's what it gets reduced to, and that's the bytecode. That's cool. And a lot of it is the that's debug information, right? The original names are still in there. I suppose that the IL needs that. But you could even reduce that down further just by crunching those names down, right? zlib. Yeah, but can you mangle them further and compress them down? I guess you have to make a balance between readability and manglingness, right? Okay, I don't need a remove button. And then admin controls goes in place here. Okay, is admin. There we go. Not key. Makes sense. Then I need camera X, Y, and ZZ. I don't think I have any Redux variables for this yet. We're gonna have to make some. I suppose it belongs with the admin, right? All right, let's put them in the reducer. And oh, I have camera position. All right, okay, I already have it. Right, okay, yeah. So that's where I really should be pulling it from. X. Y. And then I had a D, but really I should also add a Z. And we should allow that to be null. Right? I'm not sure how I'm going to handle that. I guess empty string is null. Yeah, I guess. All right. What does that get me here? Oh. Command is not defined? What? 42. Oh. Yeah, command. Yeah. I don't need... Oh, well, I sort of do, though. Yes. I think I already have a command for this. Or an action, I mean. Something to do with camera. Reflect camera position. Oh, maybe not. I have one for reflecting the position, but not for actually doing the teleport. That was where start move. Yes. It just modified the position directly, reflecting it back, which is what we still want to do. But yeah, I should put this into its own action. I didn't. I forgot. Thank you, develop it. Let me go do that. It's Monday. I have to mess up somehow. Sorry for the late notice, but I'm streaming now, working on adding zones and zone transition. Let me get a link to the notebook page. Because Discord is really weird about copies from OneNote. I always have to put it in here and then copy it back out so I can paste it in Discord. There we go. Fixed. Thank you, develop it. Already did with your account. You mean that I already messed up something? That's two things I messed up today. It assigned the points correctly, I hope. You're not logged in anymore, but I can look at this and see, yeah, you have 14 points now. Catching up on the point leader. Hey, the Steampunk Devil. How you doing? Okay, yeah, this is the code that's teleporting the admin around. I want to put that into its own action. So let's copy that, and it's going to end up in the same reducer. I mean, the same. It's going to end up in the same middleware. So I might as well. Oh wait a minute. No, this is stage, right? No, let's put it in admin where it belongs. What are we going to call it? Hold on. What to call it? I guess we're just calling it set camera. Move camera. Move camera. X, Y, Z, or Z. And then here we paste this stuff, right? And actually, let me think about this. I have position in there. Position is gotten from the old state. Actually, I shouldn't do that. I should do it this way. So it's a new object. Yeah, let's just pass it in as just one object. So it also needs dispatch. And then here, I should either include the zone or not. Oh, that's delta, so I can just do it this way. It's if actually it's just it's just pause Z, because Z could be null, and that means it removes the zone element out. Right? Yeah, okay. So then just seeing some serious issues in your bytecode? Well, you're working on it, so serious issues are allowed, right? Move camera. I'm making a conscious effort to try to type better today. Okay, so here we go. Dispatch, actions, move camera, position. Make sure I didn't break anything. Camera entity is not defined. Oh, it's not, yeah. Where is camera entity? And this is missing punctuation. Actually, here it is. And I could just Control X, Control V. That means I need to get state. Cool. On update camera is not in character panel. It is not. What did I call it on update camera? Okay, why does this say command? It shouldn't say command. Okay, let's just pass in the new camera X, new camera Y, camera Z, Z, and then reset will pass in the, well, reset, I can just call set with the originals, right? So I can say that I can do this. I can say set new camera X to camera. Yeah. And then same thing for Y and ZZ. Especially this problematic. PK1T, pointer to a template param name T, but doesn't tell to what the template param belongs to, so it's impossible to figure out what it actually is. Sounds like just an oversight. I'm sure you'll fix it. I feel like I should wrap this too. Because why not? It doesn't cost me much. Alright, so on update camera, X, Y, Z, Z. Move camera. And I think what I'll do is take the existing... I don't have the get state. I don't have the state when I do map dispatch to props. What if I wanted it? Is it a third argument? How would I find this out? Probably search under Redux Connect, right? Map dispatch to props. Hmm. Maybe an alternate move camera that doesn't take the entire position. Well, technically, well, this reflect camera position actually goes back to the reducer, right? It just stores the whole thing, including fields we're not touching. So I guess it would be cleaner to just have the entire position in here. It means let's have this entire camera be just camera position. And then make this camera dot x dot y and dot z or z. Gah, typing skills. Not over 9,000 today. All right. What else? Oh, just declared the prop. Ooh, it looks ugly. I don't need that very much space for those, right? So, and why are these set to autofocus? I don't know. I think it was through size, right? Probably don't need any more than like 4. And then that shouldn't be a div, it should just be a span, right? And then some space between them. So make this a class. I should just make a generic class for this that has a margin left in it. Left spacer. Okay, well, let me put it in. Let's put it here. Let's say, trouble with names. I want to name this div. What's the class of this div? What is this thing? This is sort of like a bar of some kind, right? Spaced bar? Space separated. This is a horrible name. And then nth child or not nth child 0. Or is that more easily said as first child, not first child, right? Margin left 10 pixels. And then use that in this div up here. There we go. All right. Now, can I teleport just by doing this now? No, it broke. Read property of x undefined. Undefined. Oh, right. Update isn't right. This should do something like this. Dot 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 camera x new camera x y new camera y zz new camera zz. Nope. Still undefined. If this is the position, all right, so let me see that with the debugger on. Let's try that again. There we go. And then I want to see what is position. Undefined, okay. Was it up here? So it went from being defined to being undefined somewhere. This is just a dispatch. This is the middleware chain. Oh, that should be action pause. That's why. There we go. I'll put that up there. Try again. It didn't seem to work, did it? It didn't seem to do anything. Oh, what happened to the X position? Oh, and it converted it to a string. Okay, that's not good. Yeah, I need to interpret it as an integer. Or convert it to null if it's not. Which is what it's already doing for the Z, right? Or is it because I didn't change it? Alright. So here I need to do a toInt of some kind. How is that done? Parse int? Is that what it is? Yeah. Right. Parse int 10. What does that do if it's... What does parse int do if the string is empty? I want it to be a null, but I don't know. Let's see what it does. It's going to throw an exception. Nan is returned if it can't be converted to a number. So I want it to be null, basically. Let me ask my little JavaScript console though. What is parse int 10 nan. Okay, so what is that? Truthiness, false. So I can say or null. Null. But what is it if I do 0? It's also null. Okay. There's got to be a trick to make it a legitimate number come out and not a number come out as null. Yeah, 0 is also false. So do I have to actually compare it to not a number? Interesting. They're all false. Oh, bummer. So how do I test if it's not a number or not? This is just silly to me that this is true. But is that stupid? It's not a number. It's a that has identity. It should have identity. Check the string size. Yeah, I guess I could do that. But then what do I do if it's like X, right? It's also not a number. I don't want the not a numbers to get through into the back end. I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm actually not sure how that would go into JSON. So what does actually that do if I do a JSON stringify? Expected string. Did I not do that right? Hold on. Oh, because that needs to be something, so like that. It comes out as null. Okay, that's promising. So if it's not a number, it'll show up as null. Okay. Parse int or 0. Yeah, but I want empty string to translate to null for zone at least. Actually, for x and y, I do want it to go to 0. So maybe I want to do that for x and y, right? Yeah, I think I want that for x and y, but for z or z, I will just do a parse int, and if it's not a number, it gets translated to null, which is what I want. So or 0 or 0, and just leave that as is, and it could be not a number, which translates to null in the JSON. All right, 5. Cool. Let's move 2 squares over, and then let's move to zone 1, and let's move to zone empty. Cool, it's doing what I want. All right. Yay, I can teleport to any zone and any position in the world now. Let's check that in. It's just funny that you have to have a function is not a number. When not a number is a symbol, why can't I just compare to it? Oh, JavaScript, you amuse me. Okay. Add admin controls to set camera position, including zone. Yeah, exactly. JavaScript, not like this. It's an IEEE standard? Could I do you a favor and tell a user you're sorry for probably not making a stream tonight? I could, but I don't think you need to be sorry. I'm sure user understands that you can't always make it. I'll let him know, though. So I'm not disputing the fact that not a number is not equal to not a number according to IEEE standard. I just think it's silly that the standard did that. I kind of have that personality about standards. Like, I don't like a lot of people would read a standard and say, "Oh, it's in the standard, so we just have to accept it." I look at standards, and if it doesn't make sense to me, I'm like, "Well, that's a silly standard." Maybe there's a mathematical reason why they did that, or a logical reason for that they did that, but on the surface, it just seems silly. It's like saying infinity is not equal to infinity. Well, but it is. And then a math person can say, "Well, there are different orders of infinity." I'm like, "Okay, fine." Still seems silly. It needs to propagate through the code, but that's a code problem, not a mathematical problem. Not an identity problem, right? I think is it the point that is that they don't want it to actually have an identity? It's more of like an exception. So you need it to never match anything in order to, yeah. I can see that train of logic potentially, but I think it's kind of gross. Anyway, it leads to you needing to have a function called is not a number, which it's like, well, can't you just compare? Anyway. New zone button, delete zone button. That's next. So, actually, will I want a zone list then? List all zones? I think I do want a list of zones. Or am I just going to build it into this entity editor panel? Because I had the idea of that you could query entities by type, and you just get a list back. Yeah, I think I want this panel here to have. Or you know what? Maybe I just make this one a drop down, and then I would have buttons underneath the add zone and delete zone. Delete zone I have to be really careful about though. Might even make that a you have to hit a confirm to a confirmation dialog of some kind. Why is not a number not equal to non-number? Let's read this. See the first answer. I'm sure it will be amusing to me. I don't have very many points, do I? I don't really participate much in Stack Overflow recently. You don't supply a radix, is it radix or radix of 10 to %, and your string starts at 0, it assumes the number is octal. Yeah. That kind of like how it is in some other languages, right? So it doesn't surprise me. First answer. Designed to propagate all through all calculations, infecting them like a virus. So somewhere in your deep complex calculations, you hit upon a not a number. Well, that's not exactly true. You can't do that with 0. 0 divided by 0 is not 1. Right? Unless I'm wrong about that. What's 0 divided by 0? Not a number. Aha! Found a flaw in your argument there. That's not necessarily true. That's not true either. That's not true either. Like 0 also violates all of these. 0 divided by 0 is not 1. It's not a number. 0 times 1 is not 0. Actually, I guess that one is true. So for 0, that's true, but these are false. Actually, that is that, right? Why do they say that, and then they say it again with the word other consequences? I don't know why I'm poking so many holes in the argument. Anyway, mention that your calculations went wrong somewhere, get wildly incorrect. Yeah, but don't you have the same problem with 0? Because everything is going to either go to infinity or 0. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't like exceptions. That's a good argument. Okay, well, that wasn't quite as amusing as I thought it would be. I just thought that this first part of the argument is pretty weak because 0 violates one of these two identities by itself. All right. Okay, I think that this is a weak argument, and this is a stronger argument. I would probably, if I had to defend it, I would go with this as the main reason that because it's not a number, you shouldn't allow operations, and so another way to do it would be to trigger an exception, but that has performance issues, so might as well have it screw up calculations on purpose by violating identity rules, which is okay because other numbers violate them in different ways. I guess I'm okay with it then. Need to ask my brother, who's the mathematician whiz, what he thinks about that. Maybe he can convince me more strongly about it. Yeah, that's true, but sometimes, well, okay, yeah, in JavaScript it becomes not a number, right? But I think in other languages it's not necessarily not a number. Instead, you get like what is a non-zero? Yeah, you get infinity, right? Should that propagate the same way? Is infinity equal to infinity? Yes. So it doesn't have the same rules as not a number. You see the problem here? You could either get an answer which has an identity or one that doesn't. Or you could argue that maybe you want that to propagate through as a problem. Depends on how you want to treat infinities, I guess. I don't know. Seems fraught with peril to me. The octal parsing does not seem to be true anymore. Oh, really? Oh, it still works. It's octal. That's octal of, 2 to the 9. Because each octal is 3 bits, right? 3, 6, 9. So, yeah, that still works. Are you saying as a string it doesn't work? Aha. You're right. When JavaScript parses that, it sees octal. Yes. Well, why did that seems to me a little bit inconsistent. Doesn't it strike anyone else as inconsistent? If they're gonna treat the literal symbols like that, why don't they have parseInt treated the same way? Ah. JavaScript consistent? What am I expecting? A better one, huh? Ooh, someone who was a member of the IEEE committee. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oops. Was it? But that's the accepted answer where someone said it was all wrong, right? I know this is a different question. Floating point numbers are not real numbers. Not real numbers. Okay, that on the face sounds incorrect. Not satisfy axioms of real arithmetic. Addition is not associative. Without inverses. Okay, yeah, I can see that, but I don't understand why they would say that. Is it because it's quantized? It's not, it doesn't have infinite precision? Right, on computers it's quantized. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, this goes in border. This crosses the border into mathematical land where my brother would love it, and I get really uncomfortable. I can see where they're going with it. They're saying that they have weird corner cases because of floating point math or numbers on computers are not infinite precision; they're quantized, and so some of these things fail, right? Because of floating point error. It's just an approximation of a real number. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. That is better. That's the short version of it. Yep. Okay. Cool. Still not decided what I want to do here. I'm either thinking put in the raw number and have another panel used to define zone entities, or make this a drop down and just list all zones by name. What was I thinking here? I think I was thinking that this panel could create zones, but it's maybe not as convenient as doing it here, where I want to say, I just want to create a new zone right now, hit add, and it would give me a number, and I put it into here. Is that the idea? But then how would I find it again? I'd have to have some kind of zone list. Which means I sort of need this entity editor panel. Hey there, Mr. Lovepickle. Trying to decide how I want to create zones in my game. This is important. I can't just destroy a zone entity without destroying all non-player entities and teleporting all players to safety, because otherwise what happens? there will just be missing variables. Actually, it wouldn't be too bad. It's just you'd be lost in an undefined zone. When would that happen? Actually, I guess it's not really that important. Well, thank you, Mr. Love Pickle. I still think that I move at a snail's pace, and I didn't do it over the weekend like I wanted to, but I want to make week to week snapshots to look back and then convince myself I'm actually making progress. I actually don't think I need this. I think maybe I'll just skip down to here. And all of this I'll roll up into this panel. I think that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so that means I'm skipping down to here. We're going to make a new position index for every zone. Oh, another thing, the tileset painter has to use the camera zone to paint in it, so maybe I should update that too. Let's do the position index first. So wherever this position index shows up, these are fine. These are specific position indices. This one is different. That one is excuse me, that one's different too. So here we need to consider what zone the entity was in to remove it from the correct position index. So I think the first thing to change here is to make this a map that have a position index per zone. And then call it position indices. And let me go ahead and comment this because I didn't comment it before. This holds caches of information about entities at every position in every zone of the game. Okay, I need to stop and focus on my typing. One of the weird things about 32-bit float, what is that plus 1? Then it's yeah, I don't know, what is it? Let me think about this. Does it equal it precisely because of the error? Yeah, so the you can't at some point you can't add 1 anymore because that digit falls off the end of how many digits you can hold. So you could add 2, but you can't add 1 anymore, right? It would be the same problem as if you're adding 0.0001. You could do that for a while until the number gets so large that you can't cover all of the bits between the most and least significant, and then they just fall off. Yeah. The game. The keys are the entity identifiers of the zones. Within each value is another map with the keys being positions within the zone and values holding information about the entities at that position in that zone. All right. So that's going to break a whole bunch of stuff. We'll use compiler error-driven development to fix this. Exactly, the gaps between numbers. A funny or fun place where you could see that in games was in Minecraft for a while. If you moved too far out, you would get to a point where the floating point error became visible in the game. You'd have really strange glitches. I think they called that the far lands. So like if you Google search Minecraft far lands, right? Yeah. They talk about it being a problem with floating point precision error. So you have like glitches in movement because of that. Okay, yeah. You'd have glitches before you got to the far lands, and far lands it would just crash, or you'd have really strange things happen. Yeah, because of floating point error. Yes. So the way I like to think of it is the name floating point refers to that you have a fixed number of digits, but they can float in a sea of zeros, right? And the decimal point separates the whole numbers from the fractions, and that could be anywhere. It could be off to your left, off to the right, or in the middle of your little string of digits that are floating in that sea of zeros. You can't make the string of digits too long, but you can float anywhere you want within limits of the exponent, right? Yeah, I like to think of it the other way, that it's the significant digits float in a sea of zeros where the origin is the decimal point. Hey there, Play Poker Badly. How are you doing? I mean, another way to make it to conceptualize it is just always think of it in scientific notation. It's always in binary, 1 point and then a whole bunch of ones and zeros down to however many digits of precision you have, and then e plus or minus the where that decimal point is floating. Same thing. That works too. All right. Compiler, what have you told me? That is not declared. That is correct. Right. So we need to get the zone to pick out the precision. And actually that means I need to have a special position index for the default zone to grandfather it in. Either that or I map it to a specific number. Hmm. You know, I think I will just have a separate position index for default zone, even though it's sort of gross. This will be default position index. This holds a cache of information about entities at every position in the default zone of the game. The keys are positions within the default zone. Default zone, okay. It's not where I was, is it? There's where I was. Okay, so let's do it this way. Position index. And what does this need? A constant reference, okay. So its position has do I need to say realm server key? Can I just say key? Position zone. If so, then it's just treated as an integer. Whoops. Otherwise, okay, and then I have to do position indices. Otherwise, it's a default position index. There we go. And then That should work. I'll probably need that snippet for. I don't need the Z, do I? Same thing here, right? Okay, here I can decide, let's have them only spawn in the default zone for now. So that means it's a reduction of this to just this. Okay, and then when, okay, this is, we just clear both of them, right? Position indices clear. Right, and then here where we're building it up, it's this again. And pause component. I guess I don't need that. And this is not const anymore. Okay. Getting there. Cameras, make initial sprites. So this is, again, whatever zone the camera is in. Camera second. So the camera doesn't have a zone yet. What will it be if it's the default? How about not a number? This is the entity of the zone in which the camera is placed. Actually, the way I'm going to do it is just a Boolean. Default zone. Default it to true. This if it isn't in the default zone. This indicates whether or not the camera is placed in the default zone. Eventually I'll probably get rid of the notion of the default zone. Or maybe make a -1 or something. Or zero, make 0 the default and make any negative number logged out or something like that. Or just simply have something and be invisible when it's logged out. The default folds to 0. Yeah, I can fix all this stuff later. Or now we'll do it this way. So this becomes camera second default zone. And this is camera second Z. Update camera old views. What does that do? Okay, so that needs both the default position index and the position indices. Well, this is going to be tricky. All right. Just have to put these prefix in front. And reference, comma. Okay. Probably have to do this some more. Oh, I can see up there. Okay. Same thing, right? For every camera, we're building the camera information right here. Okay. And then here we'll need the position index, so yeah, I will need to do this, right? Position that has key position. This is in a helper, so it has to be there. Position zone. If it has a zone, then interpret it as an integer. Otherwise, it is, no, hold on. It's, I got this wrong. Otherwise, I can use whatever number I want because there's the next flag, which is the is default zone. Like that. So this should use camera info. Default zone. Camera info Z or Z to get the shift. Oh, and it's not a shift if the zone changed. That's the other thing I should do. It has to make a whole new feedback message. And this should be in front, right? Hold on. This should be in front there. Okay, not quite right. What's wrong here? That's it. I don't get it. Oh, it's const, so we can't reference it like that. Shoot. Oh, that's a bummer. I guess I'd do a find second. No. Oh, arrow second. Okay. At what point does that get updated? Oh, I remember. It's at the top, right? Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Cat was acting really funny. I think he needed to go outside to use the restroom or something. He's getting old. He doesn't like to use his litter box anywhere. He'd rather go outside, I think. All right. You changed your C++ thread pool implementation for your text file searcher. Gave you 30 to 40. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Well, I saw something the other day that reminded me that context switches are very expensive, and so if you can make a solution that doesn't have so many threads and so many thread context switches, you can get a big performance boost. Huh. Yeah, you'd be surprised how much performance you can gain just by seemingly small changes like not switching thread contexts so much. Or another trick is to try to get everything cache aligned so that you don't have so many cache misses. That can boost performance a tremendous amount. But I'm not very good at that. I just read about it. Okay, what was I looking for here when I got interrupted? Oh, it wasn't in the rendering system, it was in components. Right. When something gets moved between zones, it'll end up, not destroy entity. Here it is. Something calls remove and then add, right? Yes. So it gets removed from one index and added to the other, and that happens as soon as it gets set. So that means that by the time the rendering system sees it, it's safe to do that because the position indices entry will have been created for it. Actually, that's assuming the camera. Yeah, the camera entity has a position. Yeah, so the camera just being in a new zone will cause the position indices entry to be created for it. Oh yeah, the not equal. Yeah, that's font ligatures at work. So that you control with this editor font ligatures. So if I turn that to false, now we don't have the cool ligatures anymore. Turn it to true, and we do. Yeah. Yep. It's all in the font that I use. Okay. Oops. Where was I? Oh, down here. Yeah. Yeah, so I need to have some extra coder to detect if we shift from one zone to another. I can't just shift things by X and Y position. I have to actually just dump the whole thing and start a new one. So I guess that's this, right? If camera info.z. Actually, there's two things that could happen. Either it was in the default zone and no longer is, or vice versa, or the z's could be different. The zone numbers could be different. So if they're not equal to each other, actually we'll leave that at the end. If camera info dot default zone and not camera second default zone, or the flip side of that, not and that, I guess it's enough to just compare the z's, because if they're both in the default zone, it'll end up being both 0. So that's fine. If any of those is true, then it's a whole, we have to treat it like the camera's completely new. Otherwise, we can do that. So where do I do the all new thing? Is it not provide tile sets? It's when something is new. Detect new cameras. Detect new cameras. What does that do? Ah, initial sprites feedback. That's what I want. I want that. Yeah, if we change zones, it's initial sprites feedback for them. Cool. And do I need that? Actually, I do that in both, so I can just move it out, right? If I'm a little smart about it, I just have to, actually also the camera info updates for both of them too. It's just that feedback has to be moved out. What is it, JSON value? JSON value, feedback. And then remove the auto. I could make the whole thing a tertiary thing, but that would look insanely gross. I'll just do a move assignment like that. All right. Next. Probably want this bit of code here in a minute. Yep, because of here. Destroy entity. We have to find out what zone it's in. So it's if components of type entry second has key position zone. And these are flipped. Position indices find this interpreted as an integer second. Actually, I don't need to do this second business. I can just do position indices and then index of that like that. All right. And same problem down here, I'm sure. Yes, so here. Find out what index. So this has to have impl in front. And its component instead of the second. And then position index. Right? Getting there. Same thing. Actually, this is similar to the modify, wasn't it? Or was that one? This one. Ba-da-ba-doo. I should take that link bug found and put it in my notebook. Okay, here. Oops. When I did that, I lost my what I had on the clipboard. Oh, and this is not really what I want. I want the one up here. I should probably make that a helper function, shouldn't I? Impl in front of these guys. Composite type entry second has a position or it doesn't. Okay, here it might be in two different zones. Okay, so we're getting two different ones. Position index before, position index after. We need to know where it was before. So that's component entry second. Then after it is component. And that's before, and that's after. All right, getting there. I know I keep saying I'm getting there, but I really am getting there, I think. A couple more places like that. Hey there, Cthulhu. I'm adding the concept of different zones in the game. If I do this right, I should, whenever I change this new thing I added here, oh, look at there, it says not a number. um, update that. If I change that to a 2 or something, I should blink out of this zone and into a entirely blank one that I should be able to paint. And when I do that, I should reappear in this world. Huh, I saw some lag there. Anyway, that's what I'm working on. So I'm duplicating the position indices so that there's one per zone now instead of one global one. Okay. This is can an entity move. So I'll need to pass in int z bool default zone. And yeah, we're getting the position index. Actually, hold on. Is this, if this is used from a context where we already have the position index, then I can just get it once, right? No. No, I can't. So I gotta do that. Do it here. I don't know I had a problem with that line. Oh, it's just shifted. Okay, and this is gonna be a problem because I added that, I added these two things, two parameters. Z and default zone. I just wrote a comment for that, didn't I? Yes, I did. Look at that. That's what I want. This indicates whether or not the entity is in the default zone, and the other comment was this. No, you didn't miss much. Chat's kind of slow today. If this is the entity of the zone, no, this is the entity of the zone in which the entity, this is the entity of the zone containing. The entity which wants to move. All right. Let's pull from one of these down to here. Okay, so right here we need the position index, const. Position index, and this is default zone. If so, it is the default position index. Does this have access to it? Yes, it does. It's under impl though. Otherwise, it's the position indices given the z coordinate. Oh, and I can't use impl position index anymore. Use the local one. Okay. Down to maybe one more area I need to update. Ah. So this changes a bit, doesn't it? I think this was used in testing. All the tests use the default zone, so I'm gonna do a little trick here and just rename it default position index. There we go. And then that can just return default position index. The base of the floating point standard was made by Intel? Okay. I guess that sounds plausible. Alright, can move needs a Z and a default zone. Z or Z. Everyone says it differently, even in English. Okay, why is this not... Oh, I just didn't document it. Alright. This is int position Z or Z. And this is position.has. Actually, I don't want to hard code that, do I? How many times do I hard code that? None. That's the prototype. Okay, cool. I wanted to use this key instead. Okay. So let's start wrapping these. So I can just add int position key, position zone, and then position.has a zone. Okay, it's linking. I didn't write any unit tests for this. I'm just going to go try it out on the real test platform here. So stop the servers, start them again, and I should be able to teleport myself into a zone that doesn't exist. I just have to be careful and create an entity. I need to create an entity number, or use an entity number that doesn't exist. I know what I can do. I can create a tile and then get its number and then destroy it. And then use that. Oh. Movement doesn't work. Am I not connected? I'm not connected yet. Okay, it was just a little bit of startup lag. Oh, that's interesting. The camera's not moving. Why would the camera not move? Also, why is this not changing? Oh, interesting. Why would that not change as I move? Oh, it is changing. It's just the React is not updating it. Huh. I need to make the React state stick to the Redux state, or just pull from the Redux state. It's alive! Hey there, KHPS official. What's alive? The fact that I have an NPC, oh, and he's able to move on mountains. Okay, that's not right. I broke the game! What happens as a normal player? Am I able to move on top of mountains now? Yeah, I broke it. Broke a bunch of stuff, apparently. The camera isn't shifting. Entities can move on top of mountains and water. Okay, it's all broken. Stop the server. Had to check how progress is? Oh, cool. I didn't expect the camera to become unlocked like that. So I'm gonna look at something in the renderings, system, right? Maybe it's this update. It's that I'm not getting the shift anymore. Oh, I should run it and just look at what I'm getting on the WebSocket. Getting my key out here. Key. Zoop. Hey there, Kindly Fire. How's it going? This is happening too. It's some Chrome thing. Bug found is wandering around in game. So yeah, I deployed the latest code to the back end so that all the latest features that I've been working on last week are in the real game now. All right. I was going to look at the messages I'm getting on the WebSocket to find out what's going on here. When I move, interesting. I'm just getting move sprite and the camera is not moving. So when I go off the edge, does it just destroy the sprite? Yeah, remove the sprite, and then I move back on camera. So the camera is just not locked at all. I mean, the camera is locked again. It's not... Would you say it's locked or unlocked? Camera's frozen right now, and it shouldn't be. Why would that be? What happens if I teleport myself to the logged out zone? I shouldn't cease to be there. The camera should follow me. Weird. Is the map rendering also done in C++? No, all the stuff you see in the browser is done in JavaScript. So the rendering is in Phaser.js. So each of these tiles is a sprite. And then all of the Chrome around this is in React, and the whole app is using Redux for state management. So all this part is done in React, but all the glyph rendering is in Phaser. It's all the C++ is the backend that's driving the game and telling the front end what to draw. And the exchange is over a WebSocket. And right now it's all JSON because it's not optimized. So you can see all the instructions the server's been sending, like move this sprite there, remove a sprite, update a sprite, that kind of thing. Not even WebAssembly, not yet at least. Okay. Why is the camera not shifted here? It's not doing this or this, so what does that mean? Did I make a comparator for camera info and forget to include the zone information? Is that it? Why? No, I haven't heard the no, just kidding. What's the correct response to that? Or is there a response? Does Darth Sidious just explain it anyway, no matter whether or not you answer the question? That's the new lorem ipsum dollar set text, right? That's what we should be using from now on. Why is my printer deciding right now it should clean and make a whole bunch of noise? I don't know. When is this called? This is called all the time in the rendering system. Okay. Well, it's yeah. It actually, if you hit the limit, does it truncate you, or does it just say your message is too long? I am getting the initial sprites up here, right? There is a sprite shift. Look at that. There's an initial sprites list, which is probably quite large. Yeah, there's 288 sprites. And then there's a sprite shift for some reason. Okay. It's going into here always because that's how we're getting the sprite updated and moved. Okay, this doesn't actually look at the zone that the camera is in, or, okay, so this is zone agnostic. So I'll need to fix that. Which is maybe why we're seeing it at all. Okay, let me look at, let me take a snapshot. Let's move the admin a little bit. And right there, and we'll just do a snapshot and look at it. So stop the game. Let's look at this game snapshot. And I gotta be careful and do this off screen because there's one bit of secret info in that game snapshot. I just need to make sure it's hidden. The config. I need to hide the config. Yep, there it is. Let me hide the config so we don't see it by accident. And here we go. All right. Oops. Drag that window down. Okay. So the entity I had, let's see. Temporary entity is 1564. That's the connection identity. This is the position, and I see that there's no zone. So it's in the default zone. And it's positioned correctly. Interesting. Is there anything with a Z? The logged out characters that are logged out have a Z or Z. Okay, so everything else, there's no zone coordinate. So it should be going to 0, and then this should be false. Why is it telling me that there's no comparison operator there? There is. Interesting. I mean, I haven't updated these. Does that matter? It's zone agnostic right now. Shouldn't matter. The default's 0 anyway. Weird. Yeah, it's not going into either. It's not going into any of that because it never did a shift or, well, it did a shift once, actually. It did a shift once. Why would it do that? It did a shift with a zero delta. Okay, so it meant, so this didn't compare the first time. Hmm. Do I have these in the correct order? X, Y, Z, default. X, Y, Z, default. Hmm. $999 just for a monitor stand. Well, I guess some people are willing to pay for it. Hey there, Toulouse. Yeah, I'm kind of stumped about what's going on here. So when you move, it should move the camera, and then this comparison should be false, and then it should send you this shift feedback. And it's doing that for the very first time, even though there's no change, and then it stops doing it. Do I have, it's like I have some logic backwards here somewhere. Looks fine to me. Yeah. What do you expect? Decent prices? Hmm. I'm kind of stumped here. This is the problem, and I don't know why. I can do diagnostic messages, but they'll be very frequent. Let me experiment a little bit more here. Wait a minute. One of the servers didn't. Oh, one of the servers was late in launching. Killed, unable to connect. Huh. That variable got reset somehow. I don't get. Okay, this means that my configuration got reset somehow. How did that happen? So edit it off screen. Why is it getting reset? I don't know. Oh no, it's not. It's correct. So why did it kill it so fast? Initial startup time 10 seconds. So why did it only wait 5? Oh, timeout waiting for response. Oh, that's a different kind of timeout. Forget where that is. WebGate. Request timeout 5 seconds. Anyway. Waiting the 20 seconds it takes for it to timeout. cool. That time it didn't. It got going. Okay, good. Scaring me a little bit there. All right, so let's refresh that. And then let's just shift the camera down. And then back up to a different zone. Interesting. And every time that happened, what did I get? Remove. Add. Hey, Codephobia. How are you doing and how was your stream? I'm working today on trying to add different zones to my game, so I broke something now. When I move around, the camera doesn't track me anymore. And I'm trying to figure out why. Actually, also this is broken too. If I move the character to an undefined zone, it still shows it, which that shouldn't happen anymore either. That still works. Zone 0 is supposed to not show you, but yeah, I broke some stuff. So let me give a little intro for those from Cophobia stream that don't recognize this. I'm working on multiplayer RPG, and you can log into it now. And oh, KHPS is a new player. Let me unmask the new player. There's not much you can do in my game yet, but there's this little test world I have. You can move around in it, and it's inspired by the old Ultima games. And we have test NPCs as well as real players. If real players step on these test NPCs, they despawn, and the world lets up to 10 of them spawn and wander around. See, that one just spawned right there. And yeah, I'm working today on zones and zone transitions. So the idea would be that if this is the overworld map, you might have a tile representing a town or a cave or something, and if you were to step on it and hit enter, it would do a zone transition. You go from the overworld map to a cave map or town map or something. So I'm working on that right now. Well, you're welcome, KHPS. So if you guys have any questions about what I'm doing, just please feel free to ask. I have lots of commands that answer common questions, or I can go into more specifics. So this is running in the cloud. It's custom C++ server code that I wrote, and there are 3 servers that are staying in sync for fault tolerance. So if any one of these servers goes down, the game still runs with as long as the majority of servers are up. And the backend is all in C++ right now. The front end is a mix of JavaScript libraries. So this is Phaser.js drawing the tiles, and then all the UI Chrome around it is in React, and then Redux holds the state, and custom Redux middleware handles all the application logic in the front end. Portal teleport, yeah, sort of. Yeah, entering a town or a cave would be the same thing as a teleport triggered by you hitting the enter action. Yeah, so right now in the test world, I've broken things. The camera is messed up, and also when I the Z coordinate is the zone entity number. When I do that, it still shows where I am, and it shouldn't. So that is just messed up, and I don't know why. I'm trying to debug that right now. So this is the code that sends the message to the front end to say what to draw, and it's supposed to say, well, if you switch zones, send one kind of feedback, otherwise send a shift feedback, and it's not sending either one for some reason. It's like thinking that the camera didn't change even though we changed the X and Y coordinates. Could it be something as simple as needing to rebuild this? Oh, wait. I think I know what it is. The initializer, it had an initializer list constructor, and I never added the other 2 fields to it. That's probably what it is. I need to add more fields here. Oh, that means, I can't really use initializer list. Okay, let's just do away with this, because one of the arguments is now a Boolean. Okay. Yeah, let's just fix this. Go back to a more traditional constructor. X, Y, Z, default zone, entity. I don't know why I put that on another line. Just leave it like that. And then just put that here. And I'll use member-wise initialization syntax. X, if I can spell correctly. X is X, Y is Y, Z is Z, default zone is default zone. Entity is entity. And then empty this out. That's probably what my bug was. Well, but 0 is reserved. So I could use a negative number for default zone, but I'd rather just keep them separate right now. Okay, something broke. Oh, right. Because this hasn't been updated yet. Okay, so this is int position. Home server key position zone. And this is position.has zone. Oh, you're thinking about C? Yeah. It's a temporary thing that I had this concept of a default zone. This default zone concept, that's to grandfather in the game entities that don't have a zone field in their position, because before there was a concept of zones. Once I get every entity in both the production and test environments to be associated with some zone, then I can remove that and just use the zone identifier. And zone 0 is reserved for when you're logged out, so that your character doesn't appear to any camera if you're not logged in. Which I might also remove that concept and just keep you in the current zone, but have another flag to indicate whether or not you're logged in. You should be invisible and nothing should be able to touch you while you're logged out, basically. That built, right? Okay, so let's test this out again. So stop the servers and start them again. This is not optimized at all. It's a debug build, so everything's a lot slower. I even increased the interval that it waits before it actually starts the cluster running up to 20 seconds to avoid race conditions, because everything is so slow in debug build. I could just switch to a release build, shouldn't I? Everything's caught up, right? Oh, and that's interesting. So the cameras aren't working. Everything is dark. Why would that be? That's the NPC that's moving around. Why wouldn't it show any tiles at all? Yeah, no sprites. What if I move? Okay, I can move around. I don't have a nameplate above me, though. Temporary entity. Okay, this sprite's message is messed up because it assumes that we know about the sprite. Yeah, it's showing the default tile because the sprite's message is messed up. So that's the next bug. It's nighttime. It's the world has disappeared. We're not getting the initial sprite message. And what happens if I move around? It's not updating the sprites when we move. It's supposed to, as you move around, show, like if I move to the left, it's showing a new column every time I move. Not doing that here at all. Well, at least the position is correct. There's this bug where it doesn't show it until I hit reset, though. Yeah, I could do that. It's just that the optimization screws up the debugger. Like, you no longer... You can get into problems where you get confused by the code because it's been optimized and you're debugging. Even when you're single stepping, it like jumps around because of the way it's been optimized. Okay, so it's in the shift again, right? We're not getting this message at all. Right? I never got a shift message. I got the initial sprites and then just a bunch of moves. Oh no, there's a sprite shift. But never any new sprites. Okay. That narrows it down a little bit. Oh, did I have this logic wrong? This is backwards. That's the problem. It's that it doesn't have that. So I probably have this wrong in a bunch of places. Oh, what's this one? Oh, I have to fix that too. Yeah, these are backwards. I should just search for this key. Am I using C++ for WebAssembly? No. All of the client stuff is in JavaScript. So only the backend, this backend code is in C++. And this is the rendering system. This is the system that is generating this data here you see on the right, which is telling the front end what to draw where and when to shift things around. So it's the code here in C++, it's building the JSON messages that you see in the debugger here. Like saying take sprite 1561 and move it one square to the right and one square down. All right, yeah, I searched for that. Now let me search through all the places. Okay, that's correct. The default is the false condition. I just had it backwards. I should have known I had it backwards because I remember shifting them around. This is not has. Not has. All of these where I'm comparing to 0, I need to fix in the moment. When did Twitch started lowering stream resolution if tab is not in focus? I didn't know they did that. Maybe it's if it's on auto. Do you use a framework for C++ to get the HTTP stuff, or do you write? I wrote everything on my own except for the encryption and the compression, a few other things. So like, I use zlib for compression, and for the encryption, I use LibreSSL. Here it is. But most everything else I wrote myself, like my own JSON class, my own HTTP stuff, so it's both client and server, and hash functions, and Amazon Web Services integration, and other stuff. And a lot of it was built on Stream, so for example, the HTTP stuff, and also the WebSocket stuff, I did months ago on Stream. And these are all archived in my YouTube. So if you really wanted to see where I was doing the WebSocket stuff, you would go back to Stream 29 when I did WebSockets. Thanks for the follow. So yeah, this is Stream 196. Actually, this is now 1 year anniversary. My first stream was on June 2nd last year. And then I did a bit of a break, and I didn't get to my second stream until the 30th. But technically, yeah, that first stream was back a year and a day ago. So, sort of a stream anniversary of a sort. Able to program a chess engine? Probably, but I'm not really not that much into chess. Thanks for the follow, Pizza Service. Yeah, thanks, Toulouse. GG, exactly. I love that emote. Should I just try it out and see if there are any problems? There are a bunch of places where it's going to not show things, though. Google Alpha Zero Engine would beat mine? Well, that's if I wrote the AI for it. I'm not very experienced in writing AI. So when you asked if I could program a chess engine, I guess that you meant just showing a chessboard and then allowing you to move chess pieces around. The AI would be a different matter. And as far as like beat me in terms of performance, probably, because I'm just one guy and I would have to write it and then optimize it to have a chance. Okay, let's try this out again. The weight here is sort of killing me. Maybe I'll switch back to a release build and then lower the timeouts. All right. Hey there, Clayman. Hey, look, it's working again. Okay, fixed. Oh. Interesting. Is that the server just lagging? Oh, yeah, it's trying to install a snapshot onto server 11 and it's really slow. Okay, we're going to do release build. So release build involves doing a cmake build release, config release. And then while that's building, let me tweak the timeouts off screen here. Put the RPC timeout back down to, I don't know, half second, 5 second to 7 second interval, and then 2.5 second heartbeat. Sounds good to me. Yeah, I built the view bot on my own. The bot is built into the game right now. So it allows me to award points in stream to people who help out. So for example, I could grant Toulouse a point. And there you saw it go from 4 to 5. And if I take away that point, Toulouse goes back down to 4 points. So I award points in stream for people who help out or have suggestions or catch me making mistakes. You can't do anything with the points yet other than bragging rights, I suppose. But later in the game, as I add more and more content, I'll probably put mechanisms in place so you can cash out these points for things like equipment or in-game currency or unlocking new areas or, you know, whatever. So that integration to score points in chat is a chatbot that I call the Golem, and it also handles almost all of my commands now. I've been moved over here, so it's running along in the same program as the backend server. Oh yeah, Clayman's got quite the points good in their number 2 slot. Can you get -1? No, you can't have negative points. Also, the points only show up if you've created an in-game account and then link the account through the you ask the game for a link and then you post that in chat and then it says, oh, the Golem recognizes, okay, that Twitch login matches this in-game account, and then whenever the Twitch login scores points, then it goes into the game. Like I could award you a point right now. But since you haven't made an account and linked it, it's not going to show up in the list. But if you did and you linked it, you'd be able to redeem that point. Okay, this is probably built now, so I can do the reserve R. Now it's doing the release build, and it should be a lot faster. Yep, it installed the snapshot, and it's up and running. Cool. Okay, cool. So the camera has been fixed. I should log in as a normal character, or I can see if this guy violates any of the game rules. This little skeleton shouldn't be able to climb mountains. I can climb mountains because I'm the admin. Let me log out and log back in. A normal user. And I should not... Okay, cool. It's fixed. So I can no longer move across water or mountains. And let me squish that NPC because I don't like the way he's looking at me. Get over here. That guy made it outside. Squish! That guy made it outside. I'm not going to be able to go squish him because he escaped. Actually, all of the NPCs in the game managed to escape while that bug was happening. So... I'll probably have to destroy I'll have to track down and destroy those NPCs manually, now that I think about it. So let me do that. Let me at least kill one of them. Key. So let's seek that guy out. He's down here somewhere, right? Where was he? There. Oh. So entity 1562. I should make a shortcut for this. Goodbye, skeleton, and then you are 127. 1287. There. So now we have 2 NPCs slots available, and so they should respawn in this little test world sooner or later. Now, while that's going on, let me play around with the zone stuff. What happens if I teleport myself to a zone that doesn't exist? Okay, it didn't show it until I moved, so that's one bug. But I can move around in this non-existent zone. Oh, I can see entities from other zones. That's not good. Let's go back to the default zone. Okay, so I have to fix it so that we can't see things in other zones. Also, when I teleport to the new zone, it should show that new zone immediately. And then I need to be able to paint other zones, so I need to update the commands behind this. I have a few things to work on. Oh yeah, so in admin mode, I'm actually teleporting when I move. Oh, that's an interesting bug. Look at that. Is it off by 1? I think it might be off by 1. Interesting. Okay, so I'm actually teleporting it when I move. That's why I can go as fast as I can actually hit the keys. A normal player or an NPC moves a different way. So I'll show that here. Chickens is my password in my test environment. Let me reload that, show you. So when, how do I show this? I guess dock it to the right. No, to the right, please. So every time I hold down a key and then release it, it sends a player input message. So if I held down the S key, it says player input S. And then when I release it, it's player input empty string. That's going directly into the input component of the player. Then the movement system, if the input component has a move in there, whenever the move cools down, it says, okay, let me move you. So you start moving, then the movement system is moving you every quarter second, and then you release the movement key and you stop. So it's all done by the game systems, where the position and the input are 2 different components of the player. So that's sort of how it works. The back end is running the systems and telling us what to draw. And the only thing the client is doing is drawing, and then whenever I hit keys or buttons here, it's sending a message to the server to say, either start moving or stop moving. I hope that makes sense. Hey there, Malvex. All right. So what bug do I want to fix first? Let's pop this out, I guess. And then put my admin key back in there. So if I teleport to a zone that doesn't exist, I can still see him even though I shouldn't. So let me fix that first. I think that has to do with, again, this key and the way it's looked at. You think that they could meddle with my game? They would have to break RSA encryption to do that. Maybe. I mean, large governments have the computing resources to do that, I suppose, but, you know, it's sort of a silly waste of their time to mess with my game. There's nothing in my game that they would want. All right. Let's see. This is all good. This is the new stuff. I guess it would all be in the rendering system, right? Yeah, this stuff here, this continuous stuff. Add encoded sprite happens when? Happens. Okay, in a given position index, so. Yeah, I don't think I need that anymore. I think this can be dropped. Is it when things move, right? Detect new cameras? No. It would learn a lot. Well, thank you. They want my genius talent? Ah. You guys are too flattering. Love you guys. Hey, what is this here? Update tile. I think this might be it. Update tile for cameras. That's when something moves. Right. Okay, this is probably where the bug is. This is if something is moved, it's marked as a dirty tile. And we're looping through all the cameras. We should only be looking at ones that are in the same zone. So this position is the entity that moved. I don't like the fact that we're doing broadcast. I mean, that's okay. It's going to remove it even if you never saw it. I should clean that up at some point. It's this one, the announce to all cameras. Should be only all cameras in the same zone. Let me rename this. Only in 2 places? Announce new sprite to all cameras in same zone. In zone? How about all nearby cameras? I like that idea. And then this one, these are long names, aren't they? To all nearby cameras. Okay, so it has to be nearby, which means it has to be in a certain zone. Yes. So let's include that information here. So this is int position server key position zone, and then not has that key. And I'm going to want the same information down here too. And then these have to include that information to int z bool default zone. And then this one too. A lot of arguments to these functions. All right. This one also I need to update probably. Where is this one called from? Oh, yeah. Let's just rename it. Nearby. Just include the same arguments. Whoops, whoops. Back. There. All right, I actually need to take a quick break to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Just a minute. $16 for Cthulhu and 34 for Clayman. Yeah. And Melvix has 8 points. All right. Yeah, we're looping through all cameras. We can also skip the camera if it's not in the same zone, right? So 2 conditions, right? Camera, or is it 3? Actually, it's just 2, right? So camera dot second dot z default zone is not equal to camera or default zone or camera second zone not equal to zone. Continue. So don't announce it if to things that are in a different zone. Aw, Mr. Balrog. Yeah, but 10 is pretty respectable. Because that puts you in the top 10. Actually, that puts you in the top 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you're either nom 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 nom, or you have tied with that person. Sprite update. Yeah, so it's the same check here. Update or moved. If it changed, announce it. And then here, we need to do the check down here. Oh, also, we should check the Z here. Shouldn't we? But that would mean I need to remember the old Z coordinate. Okay, yeah, we'll do it. So, that means I have to have... let's order these differently. OZ. Let's make sure I just get that correct. Oh, it gets a little messy because that actually is 2 fields. And I'm introducing a new key here. It's okay. We'll be fine. It'll be fine. This is default zone. Actually, we can have it as two separate comparisons. Not equal to. Oh well, let's keep it consistent. Could see it, can see it, so it's either, oh yeah, it's actually it's that they have to be in the same zone. I really should, oh no, could see it uses old, right? So, old default zone. Okay. Is the cameras. Yes, camera second default zone. And old OZ equals camera second Z. And then can see it now is the current, whether it's in the default zone or the current zone. Thanks, Kankomatics. Oh yeah, play. Oh, hey Adam. How are you? And how was your stream? Thank you for the host. Yeah, so Kankomatics play needs to be an alias. Let me demonstrate this. I most recently added this. So you wanted play probably to alias to online, right? So I can do alias com play online. Now play should work. Lies. Oh yeah. And during the production environment doesn't have a best mod. It's only in the test environment do I have the best mod command. Well, thanks for the follow, Uzi man. So, as you can see, I'm working on a brand new game. There's not much you can do in it yet, but it's inspired by the old Ultima series of games. Thanks for the follows, everybody. Yeah, so why did I choose to write the server in C++? Because I like C++. I've programmed it for many, many years, and I just enjoy it. This is a multiplayer game, so the back end of the game is, like I just mentioned, in C++. I'm running in AWS, and the front end is in your web browser. So it's a combination of Phaser.js for the graphics, and then React for the UI around it. And I also use Redux for managing all the state. And I recently integrated this with Twitch, so there's a bot built into the back end, and if you create an account in-game, when you score points in the stream by helping out, they show up here for your character. You can't redeem the points yet, so it's just bragging rights for now. But in the future, if once I have actual game content, you'll be able to redeem the points for stuff in-game. Thank you for the follows, everyone. The stream was good. So is the tutorial experience improving, Adam? And for the very few people who don't know Adam, you should check out his stream. Play.bot.land, or is it just bot.land these days? It is a strategy game with a focus on automation. So yeah, Adam has inspired me a tremendous deal, both in the organization and in how to run a stream, and the fact that I have so many commands to map to common answers. I was inspired by Adam and others to do that. Am I running a singles Redux server? Right now, it's kind of funny. I have 3 servers. They are each holding a copy of the server state, and there's constant messages between them to replicate the state so they all keep in sync. And the entire state of the game is one long JSON object string. And it's, I think, up to 2 or 3 megabytes now. So there's no database, it's just a JSON string. At some point, this is not going to scale up very much higher, and so I will need to put in some kind of database. But for now, we're getting away without one. You're trapped? Krasner's trapped? Need to rescue Krasner? Where is Krasner? I don't see Krasner. Are you still in game? Oh, Adam's somewhere. Wait a minute, how is Adam entity 0? Oh, that's a bug. If I refresh, Adam will show up in game with a non-zero entity. There we go. I don't see Krasner. Oh, you're not logged in. Oh no, you're talking about something else. Never mind. Stuck in a single instance Redis server. Oh, my mind is on my game. Oh, there's Adam. So yeah, I can paint the world in the game right now. I can create a little grass pathway if we want it, and then I can I could take someone and trap them in mountains if I wanted. Here, Toulouse is now trapped. So I'm working today on adding different zones in the game. In the test environment here, I was working on this panel here where I can set a Z coordinate, which is a zone entity, and oh, I guess the game is offline right now. I'm working towards being able to move entities between zones, and then the camera should shift to show you a different zone. Zones are like different maps, and I want to build in something in the game. So like if this is the overworld map, there might be a tile that looks like a little town if you step on it, or if you move your tile on top of it and hit E or something, you would enter the town, and that would zone transition you to a new map, which would be for the town instead of the overworld. How was my experience implementing Raft? Was it easy, or did you encounter lots? It was not easy. I did run into lots of nasty edge cases, and there's still some problems with it. My trade chat is broken. Well, Adam, I think that might be because there are no items yet. So if you have an item, then Adam hack. You've hacked in items into the game. I didn't even notice. Krasner, you successfully linked it, so let me give you a congratulatory point for linking your in-game account. Ooh, there's a bunch of people created accounts, so we'll unmask you after I make sure that the names are okay to show. And then go ahead and... Actually, I'll deal with those tickets later, is what I'll do. Thanks for the follow. There was a lot of follows. Thank you very much, everyone. I was unable to shout them out individually, but I'm sure that's fine. Any other questions that I missed? The /me in game chat doesn't work. No, I don't have very many commands in the game for actions. So right now it's really just for chat, and also the golem, which is the TwitchBot integration, echoes everything from VIPs and above into chat. So, oh, recalc. I award you for testing that feature out as well. You fixed the moving while logging out issue? Yes, I fixed that over the weekend. I fixed a bunch of other bugs, and I kind of failed in my organization. I fixed a bunch of things and didn't... oh, bye, Adam. Bye, goodbye, world. Fixed a bunch of things, and I really didn't track what I fixed. I need to go back in my Git log and start tracking those a little bit better. One thing I need to do is add a news page so when you log in, you can see what's changed since the last time you were there. Did I ever give you a link point? I don't know. Did you link your account? I don't know. I think you did because you have 8 points now, but maybe you didn't. Okay, have a great lunch, Adam. Thanks for the host. That's the emo code version of Hello World. Yeah, it's linked. All right. I was working on fixing these things, right? I think I did. Let me just try out this. Oh, there was one more thing I realized that I forgot. It's in the functions for operator equal. It isn't including those other fields I added. So let's add them. If not in the same zone, if the default zone is not equal to the other's default zone flag, and then, is that all I need? I think so. Should test be linked to play? Or test, it's really online, right? There. Now test should work. Oh boy, I got compiler errors. Probably, yeah, I don't have the right grammar there. Oh, I see what I did. I'm like, my eye is seeing a problem, but it is not obvious to me what it is. It's that these are a chain of else ifs. There we go. And then I have to remember not only build here, but I need to build here because I've been making the release build. I should just change the toolkit in VS Code to switch to the release build. I know that if I do that, then I'll need the debug build for some reason because of, Murphy's Law. Yeah, you can have else ifs with returns in them. I guess I don't need the else's, but compiler's gonna probably figure, don't need those, doesn't matter. I guess I did that because then it feels wrong to me to do that, even though it's syntactically just fine. That felt better, so. Why the else's? Yeah, it just feels better. I don't know. I'm weird. Oh, I'm running the wrong copy of the game. Reserve R. There we go. Discarding some old snapshots. That's new too. I have it clean up old snapshots. All right. In the game, let's teleport to a new zone. Okay, now I'm in the zone, but the camera didn't follow me. Interesting. So the camera's locked at 0, 0 when I switch to a different zone. Oh, that's wacky. Down is moving me up, and up is moving me down. That's weird. Okay, what if I'm centered when I enter this zone? Not a number. So I have the not a number problem. Oh, I see what's happening. The camera's moving, but the entity tile is not. And that's going to punt me back out. But I needed that because I want to see this. Move to zone 1. All right, now move around. Oh, it's endlessly doing add sprite. Oh, wonderful. It's just going to fill up my memory too. It's constantly doing add sprite. Okay, let's get ourselves out of this hell. And it should stop, right? Cool. So it kept thinking that it needed to add a sprite for some reason. Oh, I know why. I added that old zone, but I never clear it. I do that when I set OX. There. Yes, so this needs to be updated. Key position And then this is Z. And we need to get Z. Oh, we have Z. And that's only if, so it's only if default zone, null, or Z. Do I not have a Z? I do have a Z. Why did it not like that? Oh, because I need to say JSON value Z. There we go. Okay, thanks, Pawn. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, some of the code I might be writing very strangely to other people's views, and I understand that. It's a combination of old habits and not getting a whole lot of code review, so the way I write code might look strange. I've just never been told it looks strange to anyone else, but I'm used to it. Why did your compiler randomly speed up to 100 plus milliseconds? Because it was done indexing all of the... I don't know. I think that might be the only thing I'm missing, but then why is the camera not shifting around with us? Not sure. Oh, and I'm building the wrong thing again. Ludicrous speed, go! Prepare for ludicrous speed. All right. Interesting glitches happen when the tile sets get reloaded like that. Okay. Go to zone 1. Oh, actually, I think it's working now. The camera's tracking this. So going back to the default zone, there was an NPC there, right? And if I go to a zone 1, we can't see that NPC anymore. Cool. So I think the last thing I need to do is to paint these other zones. So that is done in this tiles panel, and when I click, right? So that's in the front end. Stage middleware, I believe. There's a pointer down. Interact. Add background tile update code. That's probably an admin, right? Or is it? It might be an admin. Yes, it is. Okay, here we go. So add background tile. I think we will just get the current zone that we're in from with the camera. So using get state, it would be Z will be actually, let's pre-compute the position. So let position equal this stuff. And then we'll just say that that's the position. And then if, well, let's get the camera position. So const camera position is get state admin camera position. That's defined in this admin reducer. So if it's null, so if it's not null, so if camera position Z is not null, then position Z equals camera position Z. I don't want to actually put null in there if it's null. That's the whole point. That will create it in the correct zone, right? Let's try that out. All right, so teleport to zone 1, and then let me start painting. Let's put some water out here around me. So make sure I didn't screw anything up. Let's teleport back to the default zone. And then teleport into zone 1 again. Interesting that the camera The camera is set right, but it's not showing the entity in the correct spot until I move. Huh. I think I might know why that is. I think when we teleport, we don't set the old zone. No, no. Oh, no, we do. Yeah, move camera, sets the zone, and leaves the OZ alone. So why did it not move me too? I'm not sure. Anyway, minor issue. The good news is that we're in Zone 1, and Zone 1 has different entities in it. So let me make sure that an entity like this skeleton here, let me block him away. We'll lock him up. Or you're locked in a little prison. And then let's put water underneath everything in a different zone here. So water. Fill this area with water. And then I'm getting my tabs all screwed up. Go back to this zone. He should still be able to move even though there's impassable tiles in a different zone. So that's good. How do you earn a point in the game? A couple different ways. Either if you have an idea for something I could do to solve a problem I'm working on, or if you see me type a bug in my code, or you ask a question that contributes to the stream, like is maybe helping to clarify something. You know, basically if you help out in the stream in any way, I award points. Just keep in mind you can't use anything with the points yet. In the future, I'll try to make these points redeemable in-game. So right now it's just for bragging rights. So because of the question, I'll give you a point. See how that works? You gave me the opportunity to explain what how to earn the points, so you get a point. It's like a meta point. Could you put this into your code? Const bug equals new bug, so you can tell it to remove. Is that like the bug bounty where one programmer would put in a bug for another one to fix, and then they would split the profit? Yeah. Okay. What I would like to test now is, can I move one of these NPCs to that new zone? I think this should work, right? Let's move to this zone. And let's make a little platform to walk around on. Let's just make some a grassy platform. We'll add a little island out here. Surrounded with water so he can't escape. And then let me get the position. That's 210, right? So at 210. Let's go back to default zone, find his entity. So that his entity is 1577. So if I do ECS teleport 1577 to 210 in zone 1. Did I do that right? He didn't get removed from this, but I bet he's in the other zone moving around now. Let me go look. Yeah, there he is. He's enjoying his new life on this island. But he didn't get removed from the camera when I teleported him away. Why would that be? I have to think about that. Let's try to move him back and see what happens. ECS teleport 1577 to back into jail here. 28 in the default zone. There's no way for me to put him in the default zone, actually. It's gonna just change him to the... Okay, I can't get anything back to this zone. Oh well. I forgot about that. Well, moving from one zone to another should count as a move, though. That's the thing. Thanks for the follow, Thramasol. Okay, two problems. I can't specify default zone. Let me fix that one first. So that's ECS teleport. This one. There's no way for me to clear the the zone flag, the zone delta, unless I had a special thing for this. I suppose I can have a special marker here. No. Let's just hack it in here. Let's say if it's negative. If z is less than 0, else. So the way to remove keys is by using null pointer. So let's do that. But I can get him back into the default zone again. 0 is a special zone that's when you're reserved for when you're for player entities that are logged out. I could use -1, but I really I think of it as a hack. I don't mind putting in a hack for this chat teleport command for now. I want to eventually make that the default zone concept obsolete. It's just to help grandfather in, like in the real game right now. This is all the default zone. There's no zone tags on anything. So until I get all of you guys teleported out of here to a real zone, I have to support this concept of a non-zone zone. But zone 0 is reserved for the players who are who exist. They all have entities, but they're not logged in. So like, for example, Cthulhu. Not logged in, but has an entity in the world. We wouldn't want to show Cthulhu in the world unless he's logged in, so I had to put him somewhere, so I put him in zone 0. Oh yeah. Thank you. Build. The first zone in a mud is the god zone, which contains an ice box of the gods, where naughty players are placed when they are punished. They can't do any chat or anything such. Yeah, I could do something like that, right? So like, as opposed to banning a player, I could teleport them to a dungeon zone where they have to sit around and they can only talk to other people that have been sent to the dungeon. They should be able to chat to each other, right? If 2 people get sent to the icebox, shouldn't they be able to at least commiserate? I don't know, maybe not. Well, the null value, it's telling the JSON merging to remove the key from the object. So it's not that we're storing null, it's that we're giving an instruction to remove that key from the component. Eventually, I don't want this either. This is all temporary, right? Eventually, there'll always be, everything will be always be in some zone or another, so this will be not legal anymore, and so we'll always be setting that. In fact, I'd probably want to check to see if z is less than 0, just don't do anything. All right, back here again. All right, let's see if I can rescue the dude, the skelly guy, who is trapped in zone 1. There he is. Yeah, he's entity 1577, right? So go back here. ECS teleport 1577 to 27 -1. Okay, he popped into existence there. So it's just that when I move him back, he doesn't disappear. 210-1, right? Yeah, so it didn't remove the sprite. So sprite removal is broken when you shift zones. There he is on his little island. And remove this area. There we go. I feel bad for him. Maybe I should give him some scenery to play around with. Maybe a mountain over here. Two, 123 to 127. Well, except for that's a different type than that, so I'd have to cast that up to a null JSON value. Yeah, I could do that, I guess. I'd rather keep it like that, though. I feel better keeping it like that. But I'll give you a point anyway, since what you say is perfectly valid. Portals and spawn points? Yeah, eventually. What does Omni-Arania mean? I don't have a command for that, do I? It's Latin for all realms. I have that in the game command talks about it. Here. Latin for all realms. And I shouldn't say this anymore, right? Current state. Playable. But not a whole lot of content. And this is no longer true. That's no longer true. Actually, that's all. A little bit for a highlight clip showing the earlier proof of concept prototype. Let's not bold that anymore because that's just historic. This is just historical now. You can, let's unbold. You can create accounts and log in. You can move around in the test zone. Random NPCs are spawned. Well, up to 10 random NPCs are spawned and move about randomly. Move into them to despawn them. And that's all you can do so far. There we go. Updated. There's no feedback. That did work playing with Skizzers, so if I go back to the production thing, you will have made an alias called Omniarena. There it is. I just didn't do the feedback to let you know that it worked. So, see? It works. Yeah, I need to add that feedback. Actually, I wanted to ask you, Skizzers, what the feedback should say. If there's a standard format you prefer, or should it just make something up? Should it just say, created alias Omniarena for command game? Something like that. Maybe you don't care. I'll just pick something. All right. Cool. Right, I was going to fix that he doesn't disappear when he's moved. Let me work on that next. So that would be the rendering system again, right? Something to do with remove sprite on is it this one? Announce sprite removed? Yes. So something about this logic is wrong because it is not getting into this condition if the zone changes. So that's could see it and can't see it now. The Z coordinate, is that? Is it because it's not being marked as dirty? No, it works in one direction, not the other, right? ECS teleport. He's 1577, right? Yeah. He moved underneath me. Just move him to a non-existent zone. So he still appears there, and I can teleport him back to this zone, like this. Oh! It wasn't until he moved. So changing zones isn't counting as a move. Is that because of the way I update dirty tiles? That's if it's destroyed. Created. Here we go. Yeah, it should have made it dirty. You fixed it. Cool. I'll just look at it and marvel. I won't be able to understand it if that's okay. Okay. Yeah. Wow. So it's larger now. Is that what you're saying? This is before and this is after? So you were missing information before? That's cool. Sorry, I don't understand the details. Okay. Oh, I wonder if I'm not computing the, if this is wrong. This might be why. If there's a bug there. No, then normal movement would be screwed up. Oh, wait a minute. No, not necessarily. Last couple lines are the actual bytecode. The rest of it is info. Yeah, it made sense to me. It looked like a symbol table of some kind. You're using the incorrect method. Well, just use the correct method, Clayman. Forehead. I don't see the problem. I suppose it could be in the rendering system again. Thanks for the follow, level 002. Detect new cameras. Update old camera. Okay, this is maybe where it might be. No. Is it this one? Announce sprite moved? C++ master race. You forgot most of it. And my code isn't exactly the cleanest either. Yeah, yeah, you should use post. You try to use get, you won't ever get to that post endpoint. This is if it's within range horizontally and vertically and in the same zone. Same zone. Old, new. Right? And what does this do exactly? Oh, this is if the nameplate changes. Right? Actually, hold on. What is this doing? The message is update sprite. Yeah, it's just a nameplate and then which tile. Do I need this? Oh, that's if the tile is marked to be changed. Okay, yeah. So it only does it once and then it clears the flag and then we're done. Okay, and this, what's had old position? I wonder if this is just not called correctly. Update tile. Aha! That's what it is. That we don't need anymore. No, but that wasn't affecting zone transitions though. Not has is that's the default. Okay. I'm presuming that it gets into the dirty tile set. It has a tile in a position so it doesn't return. We knew about the sprite because it's already in that set. So we'll end up here. It didn't change, so we don't go into there. This will be different. Actually, that will be different. That's the one that's really different. So for the camera that should see it. Oh, wait. That's a problem. We'll never get the removed if that's true. Okay, so this I don't want. That's exactly what I want. That might have been it. Oh, and then build for a release build. Well, that's a long symbol, Jamaica. Yeah, I think you should shorten that with a little bit of creative mangling. Oops, I hit build again. I don't like this MS build. This is like the default make system it makes for me. I think I'm using it because I had a problem with the Ninja build system that VS Code makes if I do it from command line. I could never figure it out. Looks like the names on my unit tests, exactly. Looks an awful lot like those. Alright. It's 1577, right? Let's get him into this zone. So, ECS teleport 1577. Let's move him into the little box here. 28, -1. And there he appeared. Now let's move him back out. 2101. Okay, cool. I think I fixed it. He zoned in and then zoned out, and then I can move into the zone and find him again. All right. Am I missing anything? Oh, when I move... Okay, yeah, that happened. Interesting. It's not telling this entity to move. Why would that be? Let's refresh and find out. So move down and teleport to 00 in zone 1. Why didn't it shift it to the center? Sprites. Admin is at not in the center. And then it did an add sprite. Hold on. Does that mean there are two admin sprites? There's 1663. Oh. Interesting. It should have done a move, not an add. Why did it do an add? This is going to be in a random order. I probably won't be able to find the admin tile here. If it's even in here, it might not even be in the list. Oh, there it is. So, initially the sprite's at 0, 0. Then we moved. This is an NPC moving around. Then I moved, which causes a shift. Actually, that shouldn't say new sprites. It should say. Oh no, that's correct. That's the sprites to be added. And it'll automatically remove the ones that shift out of view. And then there's the moving the admin. Then we removed. Right, we removed the NPC we no longer can see. And then we've shifted to a new zone. And it puts me at that position. And then this one comes in to update it, but it's an add and not an update. Why would it be an add sprite and not an update sprite? This is a test. Okay, it's add new sprite to camera. Got triggered somehow. Add new sprite to all nearby cameras. Yep, the entity wasn't in sprite entities, so it got removed somehow. Huh. But it shouldn't have because it was in the initial list here. Weird. Was this the only place where I do sprite entities erase? Yes. Okay, so it must have been removed, but I would have gotten a remove sprite. Oh, if it was broadcast. I don't think the broadcast goes to all... Oh, no, it does go to all cameras. So we never saw that. So it never erased it. So how come the insert happened? Weird. Why is there an add sprite? Did I do that wrong? Add sprite is only done here. These are unit tests, they don't count. This is when we receive it. This is the only place that we ever see the string add sprite. And the only thing that calls, it's actually called from 2 places. Okay, so it might have been here that it was called. If we couldn't see it and now we can. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's tricky. The problem is that we're shifting the camera's zone, but we're also shifting the camera seeing itself. And so it thinks momentarily that it shouldn't have been able to see it before, but now it can. I guess I could fix this in the front end. If we get an ad for a sprite we already know about, we can treat it like an update. Only have half an hour left in my 4-hour time. How far did I get today? Okay, so I'll have gotten this much done, which is not bad. And I've done part of this. Actually, and this is just notes for when I get down to do triggers, so... That's actually... Okay, so we're doing good. Doing good on time. Found a small issue in a mangled name. When you think about it, mangled names, it's all just a hack to get around the problem of the linker that symbols can't have metadata, right? The linkers should have not just the name of the function, but also the type arguments. So you're just overcoming a design flaw in the linkers. that are out there. Mm. Update tile for cameras. Goes through all the dirty tiles because of this. Or no, wait. Update old camera. Update old camera views is going to give us a fresh view, and then it'll look like we couldn't see it before. So is there a way I could fix that? It's because this has already been updated by the time the other thing happens, so... Sort of a weird corner case. We have to move the camera first, and then the camera picks up everything in the new field. And then the camera tile itself was marked dirty, and so it's moved. I don't know how to fix it cleanly in the back end, so we'll do it in the front end. I will just need to handle in the stage. When we get a reflect sprite added, right now we skip it if we already know about it. So instead of skipping it, what if we treated it like a move? Is it the same arguments? It's sort of the same. So I can just do reflect sprite moved. I just have to get the arguments right. So it's action is x, y, and id. X, y, id. And then we need to pass in get state and stage. There we go. So there's my hack. Get state is not defined. All right. So teleport to zone 1. Okay, that fixed it. Cool. Teleport back to zone default. Teleport to zone 1. Teleport back to zone default. Cool. All right. The mangled and unmangled names above each other and line it up. The unmangled name is not that bad. I wonder why it's just shows so tiny for me at first. It's a mangled name. The unmangled name is pretty cluttered with scopes and stuff as it is. It doesn't make it too much worse. You okay with making an actual bot? Make sure not to abuse the network. Oh, for the game? Yeah, because we already have people who have botted this. I think, is Nui playing right now? No, but when Nui is one of the very first to bot this game. And a couple other people have botted it just to help me test things out, so that's fine. Can you figure out a complete type from the mangled name? Food's ready. Yeah, I need food too. Enjoy your food playing with Skizzers. You want to mess a bit with some AI? Oh, that would actually help me. if you learn something cool about the AI for this kind of game, then that would be cool too if you could teach me. You can figure out the complete type from the mangled name, but you miss info when it's unmangled. I understand that sort of. Oh yeah, yeah. So what you'll see pretty quickly what you get, Liquidor. So it's what I've been showing here. It tells you relative positions in the viewport where things are. So you could you can deduce where you are relative to where you started by tracking the sprites around you. If that makes any sense. So you could take a landmark, and as you move, or if you are moved by the admin, you could find that landmark pattern again and kind of figure out where you were. But there's no absolute coordinates to normal players right now. Yeah, it could be deduced from relative positions after a move. Also, there's a little bit of help in that when you do move, you get a oh, this is not showing it. You should get a sprite shift. And I don't know why this isn't showing it. Yeah, this one. You get a sprite shift and tells you delta coordinates, right? It's just yeah, you'll have to make some assumption about what the coordinate system's origin is. But yeah, other than that should be fine. Let me go teleport to that lonely zone where the skeleton is hanging out. He's still able to move, right? You gonna move? Move? There you go. He moved. It's like I want a friend. You want a buddy? I can teleport another buddy here. How about you? 377. Oh, he's got an oh no. Which entity am I looking at? 1576. 576 to 210 1. Oh, that was interesting. It didn't give me a whole new tile set. Oh, I know why. I think I do. I was up here in the default zone, and then I moved down to here and then shifted. Huh. Yeah. Okay, so I need to fix that. Look at that. Oh, that's a real interesting bug. If I shift back. Oh, now those entities are leaked. How did they get leaked? Every time we zone transition, we get a new sprites, and that should clear all the old sprites out. Unless they got leaked in Phaser somehow. Should have went through the whole list and dropped them all. Well, I still got some bugs. Let's go back to default zone. Oh. It didn't paint the whole view in the correct place. It didn't update the camera position is what happened. Here, look at that. Oh wow, it's really messed up. Shift right clicking. Can't right click the password field in the new account form. Really? New incognito window. Oh, you're saying the new account. Can't right click here? Like that? Disable context menu function in mouse manager JS. I don't even have a mouse manager JS. Did I disable that somewhere here? I did. That's when you once you're logged in, it disables the context menu so that when you're here, you can't, well, right click. Really, I should only do that for admins, actually. I just created a hole in my test world. Oh, Pernick. Welcome. Yeah, I disabled the right click context menu. It doesn't work anywhere here. Is that interfering when you're trying to create an account, though? It shouldn't have gotten that far into the code. So if I disable the disable context menu function, then my right click won't work for me painting, but I could make that only for admins. It does that. So something here, I would need access to that variable. I do have access to it. So I could do something like this. Get state admin key, then disable the the context menu. Yeah, so if I do that, then Phaser won't set it. But Liquidor, why do you want me to not disable the context menu? Is that interfering with some browser thing that you're using? Oh, use a shortcut for creating a password. Okay. That's fine. So it just means that only the admin will be able to use right click in the game. Right click for everyone else will be a context menu. I'm fine with that. So now, here I should be able to right click. Well, even when I'm logged in. Eh? Oh, because I'm not in the real game. I mean, I'm not in the test environment. So yeah, right click now gets me the context menu. But then it should not affect me in the admin view. Right click here should still work. Yeah. Okay. I'll do that, Liquidor. So it should work for you next time I deploy. I guess I can deploy it now. Let me do that. Hold on a sec. Let me fix the hole in the world that I just made. Shoop. Okay. Go ahead and deploy this. What did I actually add? I added these controls, so it really is an update to the minor version of the front end, right? So that is 1.15.0. Check it in. Yeah, I don't mind keeping it for admin only, the special right click stuff. Okay, front end changes. Let's separate this out a little bit. Okay, this is setting. So set, when painting, set zone of tiles added through painting. And then this one was work around flaw in cameras with zone transitions. when the camera moves, it thinks incorrectly that it couldn't see itself before, so does an add sprite rather than update sprite. Work around this by handling add sprite as if it was update sprite, if the front end already knows about the sprite. Okay, and then finally, we'll put together these two. And say this is, do not disable context menu for non-admins. And we'll go ahead and label that. Front 115.0, right? Log p1. Yeah. Get tag front 115.0, get push tags. Let me go and prepare a build. npm run build. Okay, well that's running. Let me try to go back to this other problem. What was it? Oh, it was that if we shift our X and Y and zone all at the same time, it screws up the camera. Right? So if we're not at 0, 0, we're actually 0, -4, right? Yeah. That's where we actually are, 0 and -4, but we're shifting to 0 in a different zone. Actually, that seemed to work. So what was it before? I shift back to 0, 0? Yeah, so it painted everything in the wrong position. It used the old X and Y. It used relative to the old X and Y so that when I move, now everything, all these sprites are in the wrong place. Actually, that makes sense that this row is still there because the backend never told us to remove it. So I actually understand why that happens. Interesting bug. Okay, was this done building? Yep, okay, so let's deploy it. Deploying the front end. So now, after this is done, when you refresh, your context menu should work again. How do you deploy? So right now it's just a simple batch file that copies to S3. I use CloudFront as the content distribution network. So all I have to do is AWS S3 sync the static files, and then for the manifest and the index, I do it with turning off cache so that when you refresh, it will not accidentally get an old version from CloudFront cache. This stuff, the hash codes are built in there, so the files are always different. So I don't need to turn off the cache. I can leave the cache on. Oh. Nick, thank you for linking your account. Do I have any new accounts I need to go through? Yeah, Liquidor bot. Unmask Liquidor bot. That is a bot. Kill it! Yeah, that's another bug. The entity ID isn't given when a player logs in and has their entity created all at the same time unless I refresh. And then it shows up there. Yeah, it's okay to make a second account. Thank you for politely naming the bot with the bot in the name so I know. No big deal. So is that actually being driven by a bot right now, or is that you moving around manually? I'll have to give you a special tile since you're a bot. Give you the golem tile or something. All right, let me think about this other bug some more. Zero. Oh, am I still logged in? Yeah, look at that. I don't need to be. Log out. Although I should test teleporting this account to the other zone. So there I am. I don't need this one. 523. So teleport 523 to 210 in zone 1. What happens here? Oh, that didn't quite work. What's that? I can't see. I'm blind. Huh. And then what happens if I get teleported back? Oh, it's the same camera shifting problem. I should just have it remember me. Yeah, okay. So it's the same bug. It's probably it's probably the same thing. Oh. Should figure out what I'm going to say before I say it. I think it's this update old camera views is using an old camera position. No, this would have updated. Where does the camera get updated? It might be in here. Let me see. Yeah, here's where the camera gets moved. Oh. Well, yeah, there's the problem. It's using the old camera position, not the new one. So how would I fix that? I just put camera info here. That's what I need to do. Yeah, that's the problem. We're sending it the wrong position for all the sprites. Okay. Build, release build. Just looking at the protocol? Okay. Let me know if you find any holes in the security holes or anything. One thing that's been pointed out to me right now is the way that the password exchange and the login token exchange happens is not the best because it's using, if you do remember me, it's using local storage instead of a HTTP only cookie. But to use an HTTP only cookie, I'd have to do the authentication before the WebSocket upgrade, so it's a bit of a change to the design. All right. I hope I fix that bug, and then I'll feel really good about adding zones, and then I can go eat lunch or something. Oh, that's interesting. The tile didn't get set right. Why would that happen? I don't know. Very strange. Does have the same... So, no? Weird. Okay, let's log out completely. Gone. And then log in again. Some kind of race, I think. Anyway, when I teleport, it's 523, right? ECS. I need to shorten that to TP. 523 to 210.1. Nice. So the teleport worked. It showed the position correctly. Teleport 523 back to the origin in the default zone. There we go. Okay, cool. Does it work for the admin? If I go here and I do 210.1 update, yeah, that worked. I guess the last thing I would try to fix today is these numbers should update as I move. To do that, I need to tell React somehow that that prop changed. I could do that if I broke the prop out into pieces, right? I might have to do that. Wait a minute, no, the prop is changing. Reset knows it changed. Right, I think I have to move the state here from React into Redux to fix this completely. Let's do that. Okay, I fixed the other bug, so let me check that in first. Actually, I haven't checked in the backend changes at all in a while. Yeah, okay. It's been a while since I checked the backend code in, apparently. Yeah, okay. So this is one monster check-in called add zone transition support. Correctly track entities in different zones using a different position index for each zone. That's probably fine and good. All right. Right, the front end. Character panel. So let's not use the state for that anymore. Drop the state hook. Instead, it's going to be included with the camera. Yeah. So I need to disambiguate this a little bit. That really is move camera, right? Yes. So on update camera can be on move camera. And we'll have an on stage camera. Pre-move? I'll just call it stage. And that's what we'll call for these things. It's not change field anymore. It's... Oh, how did I do this in the Golem panel? Oh, that's right. I did it by key. This way. Okay, so it's like chain... How do I do it exactly? Yep, 4 hours, exactly. On the nose. Just finishing up with fixing this, making it so that these positions update at the right times. Thanks for the follow, Paranic. Right. So if I had different setters, like this, it would be value on stage camera. Oh, thanks for the follow again, Alex Trick. Again, referring back to here. Oh, I think I can just... I know what to do. I just, instead of having it, just have a stage camera X, Y, and Z. And then these just forward to these. Oops, that should be like that. And then this also needs to get the values. So that's the new camera X. We have to get that from somewhere. So we will, let's have camera and new camera. So new camera X is just new camera dot X, then dot Y, and dot Z. And then set new camera dot is just that, and then take that one and do upper. Oops. Upper. Transform to uppercase. There we go. Is that how the reset worked in the Golem panel? It was a special one. Yes. Well, keep it simple. Oh, this I renamed, didn't I? Okay. I just need new camera. And then these staging ones. Let me reduce this a bit. Actually, I have a better idea. Yeah, let's reduce that. And then I'll make these ones do this on stage camera. Dot 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 new camera X. And then Y and Z. So there's just shorthands for just changing one of the 3 coordinates. And then the reset can just do on stage camera. So that's reduced quite a bit to a single line, right? And then I just need on stage camera. On move camera, on stage camera. I feel like I'm missing one. No, it's fine. We're fine. And this has, this takes an object now, which is a position. Correct? Yes. Just I'll need another action. Stage camera. So let's make that one. New action. Stage camera. Then that goes to our reducer. We'll have camera position, and it'll have new camera position. And we should just initialize it to the same thing. In fact, let me make another initial camera position that just has that in it, and then we can just duplicate it like so. And then I'll also need that wherever do I have a reset of state? I don't think it matters. Session in, I could do it there. Or I could just keep it. It doesn't matter. So, new action, right? Case, actions, stage, camera. New camera position is action position. 53? Is that how many people are watching? I had a very large post from Adam13531 and then also Codephobia rated me. And I'm flattered that you'd stick around. I bet it is mostly the host from Adam, though. So that's really nice of Adam to do that. It's always appreciated. Although I think most people just lurk, which is fine too. I don't mind. I don't think chat has been any more or less active. Well, maybe a little bit more, but not a whole lot more. Okay, let me think about this. Do I have this right? I think so, only the move camera has to be changed. What's wrong here? I'm missing some syntax. Oh, that's what I'm missing. Punctuation. Oh, now you're unlurking. So you know that there's a unlurk command. Unlurk. I can't be lurking in my own stream, so I have to immediately unlurk. That's if you feel like announcing that you're either now lurking or you're no longer lurking. Yeah. Alright, anyway, the move camera needs... Oh, there's a lot of people lurking and unlurking now. Look at that. Oh. This parse int I have to move into the on stage field, don't I? On change field. Yes. Actually, it's right here. I have to do it. Parse int x, or value. Yeah, okay. So that was wrong before. There was no y. And then this one was just that, right? What's wrong with this? Identifier expected. Probably because this needs to be x colon. Yeah, that would make sense. Right. So this should just be... Actually, I don't need any parameters, do I? I can just say click as on move camera. And then reduce that a bit down like that. Yeah, it doesn't remember your lurk state. That's true. But it didn't before either. Spontaneous unplanned nap. Yeah, there you go. That's a pretty cool emote. Haven't seen that one before. Thompson, huh? Nice. Alright, so move camera needs to be updated. Move camera doesn't need any position anymore because it's now in Redux. So there's no position, no action needed because the position is in new camera position. Yeah, so I can just say const position equals get state. Oh, thanks for the follow. Jägermeister321. admin dot new camera position. I think that's right. I don't know. Let's see if it worked. Not working. Okay. Let's look at the state to find out what's wrong. Reflect camera position. It's not moving. Oh, because move camera. Okay, there was another place where it did move camera. Okay, so yeah, I can't do that. The position has to be in the move camera action. That means I should change this so that it actually puts the, we'll just have it, yeah, do this. Position is, well, okay, it has to have position. We can compute the new position from the one that's staged. So that's back to this being multi-line again. How did I do this before? Yeah, like this. I think I can just say new camera position. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. New camera position is not defined. No, it is not. New camera is what it is. Okay, fixed. Only this is not updating again. Why not? Why is it not controlling those? Maybe I'm getting it. I'm getting that, but that's line 37. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's gonna be null. I wonder if I should say this or empty string. Quiet that down. Still, it's not... It knows that it's changed because this reset becomes active and I can hit it. It's not updating those boxes. Why not? It should be... Do I need to pull it out here or something? It's like it's not... No, it is re-rendering. Why is it not updating it? Hold on, I think I might know if it's here. No, it decomposes it. Yeah. Okay, no, this might be a problem. It's using the same object. I think I might need to do this. How do we do this? Actually, if I do it in here, where is it? Actually, it was when I move. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is still showing the new positions, not the current ones. So when we move it, we should just update it. So that means that reflect camera position should just update it. Yeah, okay. So it's in the reducer. Reflect camera position needs to set the new and the current camera. Reflect camera, there it is. So it's new camera position is also action position. Do I need to... I don't want them to be references to the same object. I don't know if React does this or not. Actually, let's see what happens if I just do that. X is undefined. It is undefined. How is it undefined? I think it's because of this needing to be cloned. That's my guess. No, still not right. Well, shoot. Will I see that if I look at the state here? Reflect camera position. Yeah, so it's not updating it right. Yeah, it's empty object somehow. Oh, there we go. Thank you, sad fella. I probably don't need to spread that anyway, right? Okay, that was it. Okay, let me see. I'm taking it. I'm assuming that Redux is smart enough to clone this for me, so that I don't have to worry about the object being handled by reference, and not by value. So the test would be, can I put a 0 there? Yes, I can. They have distinct state. Update teleports me. If I just move, it shifts automatically. Okay, cool. All right. Fixed. Yay. Oh, before I check this in, let me double check that I can do that. And then I can go back over here and then shift back. Nice. Okay, cool. Cool. So this is fix update issue with current camera position. Move new camera position state from React to Redux. So that Redux actions can change the new camera position fields shown to the user. Cool. This may be a good stopping point. Let me review what I did today and talk about what I'll do tomorrow. So at the beginning of today, I couldn't move between zones, and now I can just by putting a number here. I can shift to this other zone where I have these two NPCs who have been teleported here. So they're not going to be lonely because they have company. But I can teleport back. I can also use these boxes now to teleport anywhere in the world. If I know the zone number, I can go there. No zone is the default grandfathered in zone from before there were zones. That's what I did. Yes, OneNote user indeed. So I did that today. I added the displaying the current position and zone, allowing you to change it. I didn't do this yet because I really need to do the editor panel first. I'll do that tomorrow. So that goes with these two. Actually, all of this goes with tomorrow. So basically added show the current position, allow it to be changed, allow changing zones, and then much of today was updating the game systems to support rendering correctly, switching the view to the new zone, and then all the bugs that came out of that. So we have zone transitions, moving things from one zone to another. And then tomorrow, what I guess I'll work on is I'll add this trigger system so that you can cause zone transitions to happen spontaneously when you either step on a tile or you tell the game that you want to enter a tile. Like if there's a tile representing a town, you'd enter it and then you transition to the town map. And then that should be pretty quick, but I need this in order to actually make it more convenient to create zones. Right now, I just hacked in zone 1, knowing that there's no entity 1 in the game anywhere. If there was, I would have gotten into trouble with a zone being more than just an entity. So, what is git GC? It's garbage collect. And I mostly run that because I use Git GUI, and that pops up an annoying dialog to remind you to run the garbage collector. WebStorm? I don't know this WebStorm. Should I look into it? I can look into it later. Yeah, so Git being basically a database of many different kinds of objects. Some objects are diffs that you staged and then committed, and you might have reverted or you might have merged it, and stuff becomes garbage all the time. And if you let it pile up, a lot of the times it gets taken care of for you automatically. But some tools are sensitive to that, and they'll warn you that, oh, you should run the garbage collector because there are lots of unreferenced objects, and Git GUI is one of those. It's an IDE for web development, huh? I'm pretty happy with my VS Code for web dev, combined with the Chrome stuff. Especially the Redux tools, the React tools. I don't use the React stuff as much anymore because a lot of the state, all of the state is pretty much in Redux, and the only other thing I really care to see is either the consoles or the element tree. But yeah, these tools have been working out for me pretty well. Thanks for the follow, Hollies. But I'll definitely look into that WebStorm, and that might be useful for other people, so let me give you a point for suggesting it. There you go. You have 1 point. So yeah, tomorrow I'm going to work on adding another panel basically to this so that I can have full control over creating things like zones and the triggers, which are going to be important. I want to actually see the triggers in the game. I want them to show up. Where do I have this in here? I swear I wrote it down. Oh, depict triggers to the admin using a special sprite. Like if there's a spot in the game, for example, oh snap. I don't know why that's happening. Let's say this square up here teleported you to a secret area. I'd want, as the admin, I'd want to see like a little glyph there to represent that, hey, there's a special thing there. And then I want to basically have a panel where if I'm in that panel and if I left click, I should get details about what that trigger does, like where it's going to send you in the game, that kind of thing. So that's what I'm going to work on tomorrow. To move the server cluster tab all the way to the right or somewhere, you're clicking on that. Yeah, I need to sort these by the order in which I use them. There's enough panels here that I get confused about what's on what. Also, I should probably combine some things. This is for painting the world. This is for moving around in the world. I should probably move these close together, right? The seldom used ones I could push off to the right. Like, I don't use this at all. And I hardly ever use this one. I like to show this by default. I can maybe put this one on. I could probably combine these two, actually. I could put the cluster status in the settings panel for the admin. That's what I could do. I hardly ever look at this one. And actually, I could just roll this into... I could roll all three of these into the same panel and just squash this down a bit. I don't even really need these. Old copies of the game, right? Let's just keep the last two versions around. Yeah, I should do that. Your bot is online, so your bot is there sitting there. You're not moving though. Your bot is not moving. How's the progress today? Pretty good. I'll show you what I did today. I'm wrapping up though. I added this little panel for the admin that I can teleport around, and I added the concept of zones. So if I go to zone 1, you can see it's this little island where I have these two guys stranded. If I go back to the default zone, I'm back in the main world. So I haven't pushed this into production yet, but the idea is that map transitions going in and out of towns, dungeons, etc. would be zone transitions where you would load a new map like that. So they're distinct and separate from each other in all the game systems. Now, each one has got a different index for sorting positions and all that stuff. That's what I worked on today. Oh, and I should say howdy. Although I am wrapping up Moontori. I'm sorry, but this is pretty much the end of the stream. Yeah, worked on that today. Zones and zone transitions. And tomorrow it's going to be triggers, which we'll use to actually do zone transitions automatically rather than manually. So yeah, let's see. Has anybody created any new accounts? Quality assurance tester. Nice. Yes, I do have a Discord. Okay, that's about it. So I'll be back tomorrow. My schedule I'm trying to keep to is 10 a.m. is when I start Pacific time, so that's 1700 hours UTC. Yeah, schedules are all sort of misaligned with everyone else, right? Okay, I need to go eat something, take a break. Let's go raid someone. Ooh, to raid. Ooh. See ya playing with Skizzers. I'm not sure who to raid right now. Maybe Spherus? I could raid Irish John, but he says he's AFK. And now I'm watching an ad. Oh, was that Codephobia? I don't see him on though. Was it Codephobia? I can look at my events actually and see who it was. Let me look. Yeah, Codephobia. You're not on. Well, I would raid you if you were. The Irish John is not at his keyboard. He's AFK. Well, you guys should check out Cophobia if you haven't seen his stream before. Definitely an awesome person. And it's stuff that I'm not so familiar with. I'm more of a C++ guy, so any kind of web dev, game dev stuff is always interesting to me because it's new. Yes, and VIPs and above can shout out. Yes. I do. So I also have it built into my Yada. So that way I don't have to type it. I can just click, click, and then I'm done. Okay, I'm just going to raid Spherus. Spherus is another awesome streamer here on Twitch, and she's making a game in Unity. Looks like for her it's day 50, so it's a nice little milestone. Looks like she's working on the UI for her game. So, hope you guys enjoy. I'm hitting the button. Yep, Codephobia is pretty cool. Let's all say hello to Spherus and wish her good luck for her work today. I think anyone who's working on the UI for a game needs luck, and it's hard to do that sometimes. So anyway, I hope you guys enjoy. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.